Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable President of the National Assembly, Honorable President of the Constitutional Court, distinguished deputies, distinguished members of the government, Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Freedom House International Organization and the Union of Informed Citizens NGO, allow me to warmly welcome your participation in the Armenian Forum for Democracy. This is the first time in Armenia that such a comprehensive public forum on democracy is taking place. It aspires to become an annual event. The aim of the forum is to bring together all stakeholders involved in supporting democracy in order to jointly analyze the agenda of democratic reforms that have started in the country. Just a few words on the agenda. After the opening and welcoming speeches, we will have 3 panel discussions, respectively, on the ongoing democratic reforms in Armenia, followed by the panel on the consolidation of democracy and human rights, and then on the media and disinformation. As you will see, speakers include representatives of the sectors who best know their sectors. So our speakers include representatives of the executive and legislative authorities of the Republic of Armenia, heads of state agencies, ambassadors, representatives of international organizations and civil society. And now I would like to invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan, to open the forum and deliver a welcoming speech. Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Honorable President of the National Assembly, Honorable President of the Constitutional Court, distinguished members of the government, distinguished members of the law enforcement agencies, distinguished deputies, Your Excellencies, dear representatives of Freedom House, dear guests, dear compatriots, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome the forum on democracy, the Armenian Forum for Democracy, and I think that the Republic of Armenia is the proper place to hold such an event, and we are doing in a very timely manner, and it has a very proper title. Because I generally say that democracy is the main international brand of the Republic of Armenia. When I make this statement, I refer to different international organizations and the reports they publish. But because we have a lot of representatives who deal with those reports, I would like to view the issue from another point of view, because these reports are very important, but they are not the most significant ones, because reports are not a cause, they are a consequence. And I would like to state that if in the Republic of Armenia, when talking about democracy, I refer to the reports of international organizations. Now, I would like to refer to the citizen of the Republic of Armenia when talking on democracy, because in the Republic of Armenia, the most important institution of democracy is the institution of the citizen. And I think that the citizen is the one who is the key guarantor of democracy in Armenia. And I think that this is related to the circumstance that the citizen of the Republic of Armenia knows that they are the ones who decide, that they are the key subjects of decision-making, just as it is envisaged by the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. And how does democratic country's citizen differ from a conditionally non-democratic country's citizen? I think there is a very significant circumstance. the citizen of a democratic state has a high sense of responsibility, and hence the citizen of a democratic country has a lot to think, to analyze, to weigh, and spends more time on analyzing democratic events, because each citizen in a democratic country knows the scope of their responsibility for the past, the present, and the future of the country. And consequently, I would like to add that the Republic of Armenia, after the war, 2020 war, we went through a lot of crisis, and it was the citizen of Armenia that did not allow the failure of the state and the loss of the constitutional order. I don't know how much this fits into the protocol of today's event, but because our event is called Armenian Forum for Democracy, I would like to applaud the citizen of the Republic of Armenia, who is the pillar of democracy in Armenia. And I do think that there are two important issues questions we should answer. First of all, to what extent democracy is able to preserve and protect security in the country, and to what extent democracy is able to maintain and protect the autonomy and independence of the country. I think that the answer to the second question is very definite, and I gave the answer to the question that democracy today is the guarantor of independence in the Republic of Armenia. It's the pillar of independence, and it is our task to prove that, yes, democracy is able to ensure the external security of the country and the internal security of the country. And in this respect, I would like to attach importance to the peace agenda that the citizen of the Republic of Armenia has adopted. Sorry, I didn't mean the citizen. I meant that has been adopted by the government, and the citizen has given a mandate for it. In general, I think that the formulation and discussion of the peace agenda is of crucial importance, especially in the logical framework of the circumstance that based on the Constitution, the decisions in the country are made by the citizen, and it is very of crucial importance that we provide proper information to the citizen so that the citizen can be well informed when making decisions. And recently, and very often, we address the peace agenda and related issues, the negotiation process, the history. Sometimes some people interpret it as a debate between former and current authorities. It doesn't have anything to do with that. And our government, our political team, has to provide, considers it's their duty to provide proper information to the citizen so that the citizen can have in-depth information about the issues and relevant information, and so that the citizen can make the decisions they are supposed to make. And based on that analysis of the situation, the citizen has so far made their decisions. And today, I have to also publicly say the following. You know, today we talk about democracy in Armenia, but in this hall there are people in the first row, second, third rows, in all the rows. There are people with whom we have maybe worked independently, separately, or jointly to establish democracy in the Republic of Armenia. And I think we have implemented our mission, although we have not finished finished it yet. But now I would like to state that it is very important to consolidate democracy, and for that purpose we should unite around another mission, because we have brought democracy to the Republic of Armenia, and in the same way we should bring peace to the Republic of Armenia, because peace without democracy and democracy without peace cannot exist. And I can state with pride that there is political authority in Armenia which is united around this mission, and I think that we should, that all the democratic forces should unite around this agenda, because they elaborate on each other's activities. It doesn't mean that we should have the same opinion or vision about different issues, but I think that at this stage it is very important to be very frank with each other, to be very honest with each other, and to analyze the history in the recent 30 years, to do it in an atmosphere of honesty, frankness, and do it looking directly into each other's eyes. And democracy creates enough and sufficient conditions for this. And hence, the continuation of our democratic mission is the mission of peace, which is more grave, which is more complicated, and which requires much more power and willingness. And I think that I am sure that we are going to implement that mission, because if we do not have faith, if we do not have belief, then there will not be responsibility to take over this mission and implement it. Nevertheless, well, of course, we can talk a lot of positive things about our democracy, but we should also state that our democracy also faces challenges, and we face two groups of issues. The first group is faced by all democratic countries in the world, and these issues, or that one issue, is as follows: the exploitation of democracy against democracy. You know that in all the democratic countries of the world face this challenge. It's the phenomenon when the democratic principles are used in order to destroy democracy. And in this path, we should definitely know what strategy are we going to have in order to overcome this challenge. And my belief is that this challenge, the best way to overcome this challenge is the establishment and development of democratic institutions and the democratization of state institutions in all the senses of this word. So in terms of professionalism, legality, transparency, and accountability. Today, one of our main challenges is the judiciary system, and because we do not have much progress in judiciary reform, and that's why we are criticized by many people here in the hall, and we think that that criticism is objective, it is justified, although we also criticize ourselves, but we know better the issues with which we deal with. So maybe some of our partners know about the issues in the same amount of depth, but anyhow, yes, it is. I don't want you to see it as a justification, and we are going to pursue this path, and we should be consistent in our activities. Dear colleagues, and I would like to conclude my speech. I would like to refer to international reports, two of which, or even three of which, are very important for me. The first one is as follows. I have to state that in 2021, the Republic of Armenia has transitioned from electoral authoritarianism to electoral democracy, and this is a very important development and change. And I think that this means that the Republic of Armenia has maybe moved from the second group to the first group, that is the highest league of democracy. Next is media freedom indicator, and starting 2018, the Republic of Armenia has registered immense progress, and that progress is going to continue. The freedom of the media and freedom of the press is very important and crucial for the citizen to get sufficient and quality information, and we should care about it. And many democratic states actually face this challenge of increasing and developing media literacy of our citizens, so that they are able to distinguish fake information from real information without using administrative levers. And there is an issue here, and we should deal with it. We should establish the institution of the media and media stakeholders, so that people know the source of the information and what purpose it might have. It might refer to both the authorities and the opposition. The issue is that the citizens should be able to be well informed to the extent possible on the sources of information. And the third circumstance I would like to refer to is this density of the prison population. I think that it is not given enough attention, but it provides enough information about the nature of the country. In 2021, the prison the density of the prison population of Armenia has better indicators only from one country in Europe, which is Monaco. So this is an important indicator, and very often they say that the political team who has come to power through democracy is trying to establish authoritarianism in the country. So many forces use it to say that this country, these authorities are trying to oppress the population, etc. But I think that in the authoritarian countries, the number of prisons increase and do not decrease, and hence I would like to mention that during this period we have closed 2 penitentiary institutions for 2 reasons. First, because there was no need for that penitentiary institution anymore, and second, those penitentiary institutions do not conform to the criteria we want to have. Of course, the other penitentiary institutions do not conform to the criteria either, but unfortunately, at least we cannot, of course, close all the penitentiary institutions altogether. And as our Minister of Justice mentioned, we have now the task of having the penitentiary institutions of our dreams. Of course, it sounds a bit strange, but I think that reveals our intentions. And I would like to conclude my speech with a phrase which actually was born in the Republic of Armenia, in the National Assembly. So let's give cheers to the democracy of Armenia. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister. And now the head of the EU delegation in Armenia will deliver a welcoming speech. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Esteemed Prime Minister, esteemed Speaker of the National Assembly, esteemed President of the Constitutional Court, ministers, deputies, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Andranik, thank you for inviting me, Mr. Behrens. I'm really very honored to be here and to speak to you, and I'm looking forward to an open and interesting discussion about democracy and promotion of human rights. Democracy, development, rule of law, and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. They are not achieved once. We don't have a democracy and we are happy and it remains a democracy. It is a daily process and we all have to fight. So what in the end is democracy? Democracy provides an environment that everybody can enjoy equal rights, that everybody can freely express his or her opinion, that people have a say in decisions and can hold decision makers accountable. Democracy means access to power and exercise of power according to rule of law. To have a separation of power, to have checks and balances, and an independent judiciary. To have pluralism in political parties and organizations, and pluralism in society and independent media. To have, in the end, strong, transparent, and accountable institutions. So this is not coming overnight. We know it. So it means a constant effort to make progress. Nowadays, I think significant new challenges are affecting democracy and human rights worldwide. We notice that after a period of increased democratization around the world, many democracies appear to backslide. Armenia as well has faced major challenges, such as the COVID pandemic, the 44 days war, the post-war situation, and recently the impact of Russia's war in Ukraine. And Prime Minister, I totally agree, there will be no peace, no security without democracy. These challenges have important social, psychological, and economic consequences, and it is difficult to tackle them and in the same time to safeguard freedom of expression and human rights. I think we can say Armenia managed to maintain the main freedoms as a functioning of the National Assembly during the pandemic, a pluralism in media, and one of the major achievements of Armenia was the free and fair, competitive, transparent, and well-managed early parliamentary elections 2021, despite the short preparatory period and in the middle of an international health crisis. With these elections, Armenia expressed the will of its people to continue the democracy path, to continue the reform process. For this engagement, Armenia needs an independent, pluralistic, reliable, and responsible media sector, as also the Prime Minister said. Strengthening human rights to freedom of expression, developing independent media, and responsible journalism are important elements for peace and democracy in order to get the real information and not to get affected by disinformation. The European Union upholds media freedom, pluralism of society as pillars of a modern democracy and enablers of free and open debate. Armenia also needs an empowered civil society, which is a crucial component of any democratic system. A proactive involvement of civil society in policy making and governance reform is important to deliver the political transformation. However, Armenian civil society faced criticism. Human rights activists and civil society organizations promoting human rights, democratic values, and peace building have become a target for attacks, for accusations, and hate speech. In the last week, I heard complaints by NGOs defending and supporting rights of women, of promoting children's rights, fighting domestic violence, supporting the rights of the LGBTI community, and they were targeted by people and groups who in the same time complain restriction of their freedom of expression. Sorry, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is not a menu card where you can choose what you like. It says everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth or other status. So it means we all together have to support the human rights defenders who are active in this country and whom I admire very much, and we have a strong cooperation. We need to have a comprehensive approach to human rights, the legal framework, and we need a transparent implementation of laws. All are equal before the law and are entitled without discrimination to equal protection by the law. The National Assembly's approval of 2020 of a law criminalizing public calls and justification of violence is, I think, a step in the right direction. On the other hand, regarding the defamation law, there are concerns that it could limit or having a serious chilling effect on the right of freedom of expression. Again, this is a process, and this has to be developed together. Allow me to quote Albert Einstein, who said, "Laws alone cannot secure freedom of expression. In order that every man present his views without penalty, there must be a spirit of tolerance in the entire population." This means we need to listen to each other. We need to use arguments and not just slogans and an aggressive language. We have to strive for compromise. We have to strive for a public debate. And we have to look together for peaceful solutions. Democracy is a continuous endeavor, and with the CEPA agreement, the European Union supports Armenia to strengthen the democracy, rule of law, human rights, and together to create a prosperous, safe, peaceful environment for all citizens of Armenia. Thank you, and I wish us an interesting discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Ambassador. Next, I would like to kindly give the floor to Mr. Mark Berendt, Freedom House Director for Europe and Eurasia Programs. Mr. Berendt, you're most welcome. Ուսում եմ ողջունել բոլորին, ինձ համար մեծ հաճույք է ձեզ ողջունել այս ֆորումի ընթացքում եւ Freedom House-ի թիմը Հայաստանում ներողություն եմ խնդրում, ուզում եմ ողջունել մեր գործընկերներին Հայաստանում մեր աշխատանքներում աջակցելու
Freedom House was established in 1941 at a time of great challenge to democracy. Freedom House's Freedom in the World report has documented 16 years of democratic declines globally. So we're in another very dangerous situation. Freedom House is known for its reports, but an essential component of our work is in implementing programming to support human rights defenders and democracy advocates to build democracy in their own countries. I'm currently in Armenia to participate in our Advancing Democratic Values in Armenia project. supported by the U.S. State Department's Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. Today's Forum for Democracy is part of this project, and it's an opportunity to bring together a wide cross-section of civil society, leaders working on many aspects of democracy in Armenia, grassroots organizations and groups usually excluded from participation in policymaking, but those whose perspectives are essential for policy development and governments. The Advancing Democratic Culture in Armenia project was designed before pandemic and war, and the idea was to collaboratively address challenges to disinformation and democratic progress. While the context has dramatically changed with the pandemic, the Second Karabakh War, and now new war impacting the country in unpredictable ways, disinformation continues, and partnerships, vertical and horizontal, continue to be necessary to address even the substance of disinformation, which changes with the changing context. We will continue to create spaces for a dialogue between authorities, CSOs, lawmakers, and bring positive change to Armenia's fight against disinformation and jointly defend democratic values. Authoritarians have always used the excuse of national security to limit rights, but even democracies like Armenia face real national security threats. The solution is not to reject democracy and stop protecting human rights. In fact, that will only increase security challenges and undermine society's ability to respond to them. But to double down on democratic rights, to build broad human security, the exploitation of this false narrative is a threat to the country's democratic development. Another issue endangering Armenia's democratization is the dysfunction of the media landscape in the country, its polarization and sensationalism. This is a problem not unique to Armenia, and it only undermines public trust and builds cynicism and apathy in society when public involvement is most needed. There is need for new and human rights-centered political and public discourse. Despite various challenges in global and local crises situations such as COVID-19 and the Nagorno-Karabakh War, Freedom House reports indicate that Armenia in recent years has made significant progress in the field of democracy and human rights. Freedom House took notice of the recent well-run parliamentary elections and the reform agenda of the re-elected government. But at the same time, we raised concern about the criminalization of insults and slander against officials and public figures, increasing fines for defamation and insults, and seriously threaten freedom of expression in Armenia. Armenian civil society was at the forefront to warn society about the risks this legislation poses to freedom of expression. It is essential that government and parliament listen to these voices and allow civil society and human rights activists to participate in major policy processes. Freedom House remains committed to supporting the progress of democracy, human rights, and civil society in Armenia. I would like to thank the Prime Minister Pashinyan, other government officials, and the diplomatic community for coming today. I'm excited that Freedom House has played a role in bringing you together with such a broad range of civil society working in many spheres with perspectives necessary for effective policy. This meeting can serve as an important opportunity for dialogue and boosting opportunities for cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berendt. And now we will just have a small break so that we technically prepare for the panel discussions. We will have a 5-minute break. Thank you.
ազգային ժողովի մեծ
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable President of the National Assembly, distinguished representatives of the executive, legislative, and judicial authorities, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, representatives of the CSOs, dear guests. On behalf of the Union of Informed Citizens, I would like to once again thank you for accepting the invitation and honoring this unprecedented event with your presence. Democracy is not and cannot be an end in itself, but democracy is the only and way to achieve prosperity and justice, and it has no alternative. Unfortunately, in recent years, a number of forces have tried to place democracy in contradiction to security and stability. But I'm glad that not only do I not need to prove the opposite in this hall, but I can state with confidence that the citizens of Armenia have unequivocally stated the opposite in 2018 and in 2021. However, we should put flesh on the will of the people. We should achieve the goal of an efficient, democratic, and just state through reforms. And today, at this forum, we have the honor of hosting the people who play a key role in those reforms. Some of these reforms are going well, some are lagging behind. However, fortunately, we know that the Armenian people are not alone in this endeavor. Reforms are also strongly supported by friendly states of the Armenian people. And the United States of America has a key role among those friends. And today we also host the Ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of Armenia, Ms. Lynn Tracy. Ms. Tracy, your embassy and your government provides immense support in democratic reforms and other sectoral reforms. How do you what assessment would you like to give to these reforms, and how does the Armenian society consume those reforms?
And first of all, let me just say how very pleased I am to be here today with friends and colleagues and partners. I want to congratulate Freedom House on holding this first Armenian Forum for Democracy. I think it really demonstrates the level of engagement that we're able to have in Armenia and the place of where Armenia is on its democratic path. And I want to express my appreciation also to the Prime Minister, to my colleague, Ambassador Victorin. I thought both sets of remarks were really on point and helped set us up for these panel discussions. The United States, as I think many of my others in the diplomatic community are celebrating 30 years of relations with Armenia, diplomatic relations. And certainly since 1992, in terms of assistance, what I can say is that the United States government has provided close to $3 billion in funding to improve the lives of Armenians. I also want to note that we are not alone in providing assistance. We have many partners and actors, our colleagues from the European Union, as well as the member states there who act bilaterally, other countries that have been good partners with Armenia. I will focus my remarks on U.S. assistance since I know that best, but I don't want to forget that there is a lot of good work happening, a lot of complementary work so that we are not duplicating, but we try to be effective by complementing our efforts. But I think that some of my assessment may hold true for some of the work of others. And I certainly want in this to give enormous credit to the Armenian people, because what we are doing in the assistance space is not possible without that kind of a partnership, that will from the people who want to take advantage of the assistance that's being offered. And we also, I think, I will say for the United States, we have found a good partner with this government as a partner on the reform agenda and democratic activities. We're working in many sectors that promote democracy, including building democratic institutions, fighting corruption, developing the economy, and something that I think is above all important to note is investing in people. That investment in people is absolutely essential. It's just not possible to be successful in these other areas if you are not investing in people. And I really liked what the Prime Minister had to say about preparing citizens to participate in democracy. I think that's part of what we're doing when we're investing in people, and it is essential for a democracy to grow and thrive. You know, it's hard to provide a complete report card, given the scope of the efforts that have been taking place over the past 30 years. I think when I look at, I will take one quick look at the long-term effectiveness, where we can make some assessments and then maybe move forward and make some very brief comments on some specific areas in more recent years. I think that the people investment is a very good place to look at from the long term. For me, an example that I find very powerful is that we have a very long-standing partner in the American University in Armenia. This was an institution that with other partners was established nearly 30 years ago. The United States provided, through USAID, provided seed money and has continued to support through the university through various projects. And so when I look at one gauge of effectiveness, I look at these kinds of institutions that are educating people, young people, and that continue to be a partner over time that we can go back to, and it's not just the U.S. government, those layered benefits of investment and partnership are really important, I think, in noting effectiveness, that it's not just a drop in the bucket or something very short term, but long term. I also would like to just note we have had many exchange programs, another example of investing in people. And here again, I feel very pleased. These exchange programs range across from young people to technical experts to professionals to civil society. And I think when Armenia was ready, and I think there have been certainly different moments in Armenia's path since independence, these investments in people have paid off, where the right people have been ready to take advantage of Armenia's development. If I was to say something then about where we need to continue to look for improvement on human capacity and investment, I think it is in the public sector. In government, we see a continued need for a strong, merit-based system that brings competent people into the service of government for the service of the people. Over the past 4 years, I would say I can point to I think a number of areas that have already been touched on by the Prime Minister and Ambassador Victorin. But let me note electoral reform and 2 free and fair elections. And 2 free and fair elections, one of which took place in extremely challenging circumstances. And this was a place where I think the work certainly of USAID and others in preparing the electoral code, working with civil society, working with the those that manage and administer the election system, All of those components came together to produce a very important and powerful result in a very difficult time for Armenia that I think reaffirmed Armenia's progress on a democratic path and gave them an opportunity to make a decision about leaders, whether they would retain leaders or look for new ones. I mean, that's what democracy is about. Media development, here, you know, I think the picture is mixed. I see good things happening. We have certainly been investing in training journalists, trying to help journalists develop a sense of independence, neutrality, integrity in their work. We have supported young journalists as they work on their skills in investigative journalism, taking advantage of new technologies such as podcasting to reach more people, and this is very important. But on the other side of the ledger, and where I think there is still room for improvement, it is in legislation and ensuring that legislation is addressing areas of concern, but without suppressing or trampling on critical freedoms, freedom of speech, the ability of journalists to conduct their work. Anti-corruption is another place where the United States and others have partnered very closely with Armenia. We've had a number of new institutions set up, the Corruption Prevention Commission, the Anti-Corruption Court, the Anti-Corruption Investigative Committee. These are institutions that are largely just getting started. I think we've seen good things from the the Corruption Prevention Commission that I think are preparing the way, but obviously there will need to be more work. You can't set an institution up and then walk away from it. You have to continue to invest in it. The Prime Minister said it best, the judiciary needs a lot of attention. This was an area that had, the challenges there are enormous. And to be fair, I think it's important to note that the idea of simply throwing out all judges would have created its own set of challenges. But it can't go left unaddressed because this is such an important area of democracy that to not address the need for independence and for integrity in the judiciary is really essential for Armenia continuing to be able to move forward. A last area on reform that I want to touch on is police reform. I mean, this has certainly gotten a lot of attention in recent days. The United States, the EU, and others have partnered with the police reform, the patrol police, which was launched last year. But, you know, in watching what's been happening with the demonstrations, it's clear that there are concerns through what we've seen in reporting and videos about excessive use of force. That needs to be investigated. It needs to be, it's an area where there needs to be accountability. I think we've seen indications that the government is taking heed of the need to investigate. And particularly, in addition to respecting the rights of protesters to demonstrate peacefully, there's a need to respect the right of journalists to cover these events without harassment or interference. I mean, that's all to say that protesters also have responsibilities, the right to act in a peaceful manner that does not contribute to chaos or disorder or to the violations of the rights of others. So I think that this reform is particularly important, and I want to say how much we appreciate the cooperation of the Ministry of Justice in working together. And to note, and this is turning back to something that Ambassador Victorin said, that democracy is a process that it is about making progress. I've had people writing to me about the police reform because they know the United States has been involved, and they've said to me, so this is your democracy. And I say, you know, no, democracy is not a state of perfection. Democracy is a constant state of process of seeking accountability, ensuring that the rights of people are protected. But it is not one state. And I think in the case of the police, as I said, we'll look for accountability and for investigation. And I would remind those who are making that kind of a criticism, coming from the United States, which is a democracy, we have our own challenges. And the police and the conduct of police is one that we are constantly also having to struggle with, to review, and to seek to improve. So this is not a situation unique to Armenia. What is important at the end of the day is that seeking of accountability. I think the last note that I'll make, and here I would say where I think that we need to do more in terms of effectiveness of assistance and finding partnership with government, and this is on the protection of those who are most vulnerable and are at the margins of society. Women, the elderly, those who are disabled, our LGBTQI community, these are all people who deserve and need that special attention, and I think this is where assistance, but partnership with the government of Armenia could do better. But in closing, let me say that I just am very, very, I am very optimistic despite the challenges that Armenia is facing, because what I see is a society and a government that is committed to a reform agenda that is focused on improving the lives and the future of Armenia. And as long as we have that kind of will and partnership, I will remain optimistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I think we have the consensus that the judiciary reform and the judiciary system reform are the most slow ones, but Armenia is not an exception in this matter. We have seen the experience of other countries who have gone through transition to democracy, and the judiciary reform have been the most failed ones and the most difficult ones. And it's no secret that, and Mr. Prime Minister also mentioned it, that these reforms are the most criticized ones. And I will just add to what was said. Maybe Prime Minister might not agree with it, but they are criticized for a purpose. Mr. Karen Andreasyan is here with us today, who has voiced these issues regarding judiciary reform and the issues in the state since 2011 and has a better idea of the problems in the system. Mr. Andreasyan, what are our prospects here? When will we achieve tangible results, tangible changes in the judiciary system?
If you allow me, before starting my speech, I would like to say that I came here walking from the ministry, and there were several hundreds of people rallying in the street, and they were whistling after me. They were voicing criticism, and some of them were voicing insults. And I smiled to them, I greeted them, and I wished them health and prosperity. And I think that as government, today and yesterday and tomorrow as well, we have to try in this manner to realize, to exercise democracy in Armenia. Of course, before coming to the substantiative issues, I would like to thank the organizers, the Freedom House, and Union of Informed Citizens, Mr. Ioannis, and I'm thankful for this opportunity. I'm thankful that the Minister of the Constitutional Court and the members of the Constitutional Court are sitting here, the Deputy President of the National Assembly, the deputies of the National Assembly, and the ambassadors, and I'm thankful for Ms. Tracy for being here today at this discussion, and all the other ambassadors sitting in the hall here. I would like to emphasize that the beginning and the end of our panel are represented by civil society organizations, and they are together with us in this hall, and I'm glad for this opportunity to discuss with such a company with such stuff and speak about democracy. And by this we can say that democracy has a future in Armenia and it will not be left neglected. I would like to say that we need each other's support and assistance. Even the foreign ambassadors in Armenia are targeted and exposed to verbal insults, and I'm not even speaking about the officials who have to be, who deserve criticism, but the officials are targeted twice. As everyone, the passers-by who might not be to the taste of certain groups of people who use democracy to attack democracy. This doesn't justify the ministers, the police, the judges, and or any other officials when they make omissions or violations. I just want to say that all the people who have gathered here for democracy, they should support each other and give each other power, empower each other to undergo and to differentiate between the real journalist from a diversionist who is holding a microphone, to differentiate between the real judge from a corrupted judge, a public organization from paid political defenders of some political parties. And this is not the topic of today's discussion. I was given another question, but since I have very few opportunities to speak about politics, and I'm speaking about my professional issues, I took the opportunity to speak about what has accumulated through months or even years. And I would like to highlight that I'm proud that I'm sitting here in the panel together with Ms. Harutyunyan, who is the head of Corruption Prevention Committee. And I'm glad that there is such an institute which has been proving on daily basis that we are able to establish a crucial institution. Today I was informed that this commission has sent me secret documents about several judges. I don't want to voice their names. I hope I will not be held accountable for voicing this information, but this is another example of how we are trying to fight for democracy and for the dreams that we have that the Prime Minister talked about today. I would like to highlight another factor that today a new Deputy Minister of Justice, Deputy Minister was appointed, and again woman, and we have two powerful women. And when the Ambassador Tracy spoke about the role of the women, I would like to highlight that today, during my rule, 4 women deputy ministers were appointed who are the most powerful representatives of our government, and I'm glad to welcome another powerful representative in our team. And I used a lot of my time, and coming back to the topic, I would say the following. Whether there will be vetting or not, the question of this answer was given during recent months. There was vetting, there has been vetting, and it has been ongoing, but it is not the vetting that our political and public officials have been talking about. For that vetting, we need constitutional reforms, and today the 2 council members of the Constitutional Court are sitting here, and they will not hide that this is another important issue on our agenda. And at the same time, we understand, and which was highlighted by the Ambassador Tracy, we cannot empty the judiciary system in one day and not have a judiciary collapse. And the work that has been ongoing now for the accountability of judges, I think is one of the most important and efficient and serious steps of which the society is not really informed. And I would like to use the following few minutes to speak about it. But before that, again, we have been engaged in the increase of number of judges and the improvement of the building and the working conditions and the increase in their salaries, the professional training, and the legislative reforms in their favor, but these are not sufficient. For us as a ministry, as government, one of the most important steps is the conduct system of disciplinary system of the judges, so that we have justice. It means that every judge must know that there is an objective disciplinary body which is not represented by their friends in the Council of Ethics, for example. This is another body which is objective and initiates disciplinary proceedings. And in the second stage, every judge must know that the Corruption Prevention Commission, the Minister of Justice, bring the disciplinary proceedings to the Supreme Council, where there will be a fair decision. And for that fair decision, everyone, the ambassadors, the NGOs are not sufficient. Here we need the work of the Supreme Council, Judiciary Council, and we call on everyone to follow what is going on in the Supreme Judiciary Council. If a minister has misconducted, then he or she needs to be held accountable. We need to implement this simple mechanism to achieve in a few months substantial reforms and changes in the judiciary system. And the objective criticism of the Prime Minister, which Mr. Ioannisian highlighted and which has been a topic of all my speeches, will be addressed rapidly. But the 10 honorable people who are sitting in the Supreme Judiciary Council receive and the Commission of Corruption Prevention need to know that we are all under your watch, and we will be held accountable for in terms of public opinion. Not to exploit my time, I will be here, and if there is a need, I will go into details through question and answers. Thank you for your attention.
Շնորհակալ եմ պարոն Անդրեասյան, ես չեմ կարող չհամաձայնվել, որ Հայաստանում հայաստանյան հասարակություն
that in the Armenian society, women play crucial role, and sometimes they are better professionals than the males. We see it also in our organization, in the Union of Informed Citizens NGO. But of course, we should state that even in the National Assembly and in the executive body, women are minority, and that's an unfortunate thing. After 2018, the fight against corruption is in the focus of attention of the Armenian public. However, we must state with regret that the public is more interested in disclosing individuals involved in corruption rather than in the systemic fight against corruption. Nevertheless, during this year, significant institutional changes have taken place. And they have been also mentioned by you, Mr. Andreasyan, and Ms. Lynn Tracy also mentioned it. And the pros and cons of these reforms have not received due public attention. Perhaps the most successful of these changes is the institutionalization of prevention of corruption through the Corruption Prevention Commission headed by Haykuhi Harutyunyan, who has honored us with her presence today. Ms. Harutyunyan, could you kindly present the institutional changes that shall ensure the systematization and irreversibility of the fight against corruption? So the process, that the process that has been started should not turn in any of the scenarios.
Taking the opportunity to speak, I would like to thank the Armenian Democracy Forum for making me a part of this, because for the rule of as a advocate of rule of law, it is an honor for me to be here, but it is more responsible for me to be here to represent as a public official and to convince that in the Republic of Armenia, the democratization is on well-established tracks, and in everyday work that I see a system that is being established continually, and the officials are accountable. And on the part of decision-making, the conflict of interest, in terms of conflict of interest, there are efficient mechanisms to exclude them, and which is more important, the state system is on high levels of responsibility. And I am also a beneficiary of the American programs, because I had the opportunity to participate in one of the programs provided by USA, and I have the opportunity to localize my knowledge in the government system in Armenia. And the prevention of corruption is different from the fight against corruption. In terms of criminal punishment, as a body against prevention of corruption, our duty is to instill long-standing mechanisms against fight of corruption, which will rule out corruption both on individual and institutional levels. The commission, which was established in 2019, has a quite broad mandate, and until May of 2020, let me introduce the achievements that are at least the most important for me. We spoke about the state administration system, about the judiciary system, and from this regard, I agree and I want to thank Mr. Andreasen for warm words, and I have to highlight that in terms of judiciary reforms, the Commission has a big role, and in order to exercise it, we have already two achievements of this of exercise of this power. It has been already second year where the conduct of appointment of judiciary members have been in place. We have checked the conduct of judges, and we have highlighted the importance of the appointment of new judges. And during the checks of conduct, the Prevention Commission has guarantees and presents conclusions regarding any corruption risk or any type of interaction which was done in the past, in order to give valid data, in order to be able to exclude any decision making through such mechanisms. And to praise ourselves and the state administration, we need to say that the tendencies are mainly the tendencies of excluding people in appointment have been decreasing. The evidence are strong, and the prevention body can evaluate the risks so that no corruption risks evade into the system. Of course, I'm speaking about the positive tendency, and I will not be able to state for sure that we have already excluded decision making by any public officials which might exploit the public position. But I would like to take advantage of the speeches of the previous speakers that democracy is a process which is a hard and difficult endeavor, and in the personal level it is about consistency and conviction that it succeeds. And in terms of institutional reforms, I can say that as a collegial body, the scheme of making decisions has given us the guarantee that inside there are already checks and balances inside the system, so that the decision of made by one person are excluded, at least inside our institution. And this is the guarantee that makes me feel more safer. And when there are attempts by other public officials to discard our decisions, it is also crucial which is another part of the judiciary system, to prevent the risks in the judiciary system while the appointment of judges. We have also presented conclusions regarding the investigative bodies, and here I will reveal a small secret, like Mr. Andreasen, that not only separate individual people were not appointed based on conduct basis, but also there were false information presented or tax evasion that was present in their conduct. And in the terms of long-term investment, I can convince the public that these steps are ongoing, but these are not the only ones. At the individual level, I think that the most important mechanism has been already working in Armenia, but it will be well established, which is the declaration of public officials, the mechanism of declaration. Again, my colleagues will complain about the technical issues of that mechanism, but at the individual level, at least for the time being, in the Republic of Armenia, not only in the Republic of Armenia, but also in the regions, in the other countries of the regions, we have the declarations of incomes and properties, which is the most comprehensive one, and it records the dynamics and change in the properties of the public officials. And in order to avoid the human factor and to avoid we have launched a new electronic system, and starting from 2023, the new technologies will be integrated, which is again first in the region, where at least 9,000 public officials and also at least 35,000 Armenian citizens who are members of the families of public officials will present their incomes, profits, property, and the system will be automatized to reveal the risks and the tendencies by which the public officials have ever tried or have actually acquired a property, or they have made a decision which are evident that have created conflict of interests. In this regard, I think that we can state that the Commission has a clear disposition that the business activity is incompatible with the post. So we have made several decisions, one of which is related to the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the announcement was made that the business cannot be compatible with with holding a public post. So this is important. Another important achievement for the Commission is that the proper environment has been established, not only in the system of state administration, but in general, an environment was established where a citizen can feel safe from corruption and refuse it. And as a mechanism, the Commission has developed, and we're waiting for the formal part of the rules of conduct of public officials. This excludes the conflict of interest, other restrictions which are based on the human rights principle, excluding the discrimination by public officials, any other expression, any other treatment in terms of be it verbal or physical, or any treatment that will form such a perception regarding a citizen or a colleague. And for implementing this system, we have carried out some works with the ministry, and in the future we will have not only a reporting system for the criminal cases, but also for the administrative cases. And the omissions in the administrative system will be revealed without restrictions, without reservations, and to ensure accountability in the official bodies. Of course, I selected the limited number of achievements which we have recorded, but I can assure that these are the important systematic mechanisms that are in place in the whole public administration system, and we will present to the public what principles have to be there and how they will be exercised in order to prevent corruption and bring to make the corruption controllable, and to give us an opportunity to speak in the future about the decrease of number of corruption cases and to exclude the expression of corruptions in the system. I would like to thank my colleagues, members of the Commission, and all the staff. Despite this investment, we are facing with challenges in institutional terms, and which we were able to overcome them by the assistance of our international partners. We have the support of USA. We are waiting for the European Union support, and we're waiting for the twinning project in the future, which deals with the education sector. And here we have in-depth approaches. As we spoke about the electoral processes, in the scope of the mandate of the Commission, we have enlargement, extension, and the legislative change has been signed that the financing of the parties have to be supervised, controlled, and the annual reports have to be checked through the political, in order to exclude corruption cases in the political processes. These mechanisms are applied for the first time in Armenia, but we hope that they will become institutional anchors as the Prime Minister said, of which we will be proud, and we will be able to share our experience with other countries. Thank you for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, Ms. Harutyunyan. You know, perhaps with no intention to underestimate the depth and scope of other reforms, we must state that the major structural changes are envisaged by police reforms. For example, the establishment of a Ministry of Internal Affairs from the scratch, or the creation of a National Guard based on new principles within the demilitarization of police forces. But in contrast to these changes, we already have a new patrol service. It has been already a year. It is based on new principles and new values, and the officers have been recruited based on whole new procedures, and they have undergone a completely updated training. Today we are honored to have the head of the patrol service, Colonel Arthur Mushatian. Mr. Colonel, the public sees many fruits of the work of the patrol service, but as a person with experience working in different systems, can you present the profound changes in the patrol service and the differences that may not be obvious at first glance for the society? Thank you. First of all, allow me to thank you for involving me in this event. As for the patrol service and its testing, so from the very beginning, I have to mention that we have had both very serious resistance from the very point of the launching it. But we have also had a great team by our side on behalf of of people inside the system, and also the representatives of the civil society, and international partners who have provided immense support and motivation. And I particularly would like to mention the Embassy of the United States. Ms. Ambassador, thank you for that invaluable assistance. And I would also like to mention and thank the Ministry of Justice for assisting us in the process for 24 hours a day. Why am I mentioning it? Because the launch of the patrol service and its introduction, you mentioned it rightfully, that it has its visible sides and not very visible sides. And the invisible side is more difficult. And in this regard, I would like to mention what has happened. Yes, I would like to mention what has happened. There is a service that is well equipped, and it allows to carry out functions in a more efficient way, and it allows the citizen to be less disturbed during these functions. And this because it's a restricting service to some extent, that process should be organized in a way that the citizen and different circles of the society do not feel this disruption. That's the visible side. And that's what we see in the street. That's what we see in the yards. That's what we see in Chirac and Lori provinces. So the main essence of the issue is, well, here we can also, as you mentioned, Mr. Ioannisyan, we can actually make a distinction. For instance, the psychosocial changes and the creation of the new image of the patrol serviceman. It's not only about these nice words that we are using. I'll just bring a very vivid example. What is a psychosocially reformed police officers? For years, the police system, in any police system or any law enforcement system, there were certain standards that, for instance, young people or a young woman shall undergo certain educational process. For instance, graduate from an X university, and then based on his or her initiative, and why not also through certain mediations, he or she should appear in a certain system, and that practice was in place for years. But this by saying psychosocial reform, we mean the mechanism of selection of the patrol servicemen. What do I mean by this? See, in the society we're discussing a lot about why higher education is not a mandatory requirement for becoming a patrol serviceman. So it actually it's kind of a social criterion, and we're saying, you know, only this layer of society can become a patrol serviceman. And but we realize very well that, unfortunately, by having the certificate or diploma of the higher educational institution, many of those who have the diploma, they don't even know where these higher education institutions are physically located. And we have known that for years. So what happened? We actually removed this social restriction. We tell the person, well, if there is no age restriction, if there is not this age limit, well, you have received secondary education, you're welcome to our patrol service. You are welcome to take our 5-month course, which is in conformity with international standards, and become a patrol serviceman. Don't become a professional lawyer. Don't become a professional construction employee. Just become a police officer. Study to become a police officer, because for years we did not have this specialty for a police officer. Wait, we didn't have it for years, and it's a deep issue. Yes, a person has some higher education diploma. For instance, he is involved in the building industry, or he is a nuclear physicist, but I'm just talking about the diplomas. But he's not a police officer working in the street. And that's why I mentioned this psychosocial aspect. We say to all social layers, please come, take this training for 5 months, training on what you will need for this in the street, and become a patrol serviceman. And that initial pressure that, they don't have higher education, and that's why they are not able to control the traffic. So these conversations are left behind. They are not present, almost not present anymore. And this kind of talks, they come both from internally, both externally, both from the side. And in this respect, we have that approach. And there is another second very important aspect. We talk a lot about integrity. We repeat this word integrity so much. And yes, in the regime of 24/7, we have it as a priority. But there is one issue. If during the Soviet, so what did we have that came from the Soviet period? In all the law enforcement agencies, irrespective of their functions, there were certain standards, and the subject had to be pressurized till the end, oppressed till the end, and then go to to implement the service. So they should have been put into a certain framework, oppressed, and then come out to the street and interact with the citizen while smiling. That will never happen, because that person was already standing in line. When the supervisor says you have to stand for 4 hours, and they have to stand for 4 hours. So after this oppression, the police officer couldn't just do a good job and smile at the citizen, and it wasn't the case. And I'm just talking about episodes, but all these episodes lead to these deep-rooted issues. So what do we do now in this regard? We are leaving them free. In our instructions, we have changed our form of instructions completely. I will bring an ordinary example. There should be an honest environment between the supervisor and the subject. Yes, the subordination is a good thing, discipline is a good thing, but I myself have had an experience of more than 20 years, and I can clearly know the psychology of the person, like what the subject can think when they, like if they stand under the sun for years, what thoughts they might have. So we should create an environment, and we're now creating an environment to ensure that the patrol servicemen feel like individuals. And we don't want to oppress them, pressurize them, and then send them for service. But we should just explain them in a very calm environment what they have to do, what functions they have. Because I'm not reinventing a bicycle here. I'm actually also an advocate of those ideas. But why am I saying that also? Because the international best practice also points to that the countries that have the best police services, the United States, the European countries, this practice has been applied, and it has had its fruits, and its positive fruits. So, Mr. Ioannisian, as for the second part of your question, it's again invisible part of the question, but it's very important. And I'm talking about integrity. Yes, here, integrity is something that allows us to be achieved in the course of service. But if a serviceman is under pressure, there cannot be integrity. And hence, we have adopted the aforementioned approaches. I don't want to talk too long, but because CSOs are also here, I want to tell you one thing that is obvious, that the involvement of the civil society, the transparency can only yield positive results for each reform. It might be my subjective opinion. Some people may not agree with me, but that's what I think, and I have been convinced in that on numerous occasions. Well, the patrol service is still new; it's still young, of course. But those who are involved in the patrol service reform, they know very well what it means. Having a new service for 1 year. Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this event. Thank you to our partners for their support, both the Ministry of Justice and the U.S. Embassy, and all our supporting organizations and states. And I would like to ask you once again to be involved in this reform even more intensively, because this reform is still under establishment. We're not doing it for ourselves. We're going to create a foundational basis for our future generations. And I always tell that to my subjects as well. Dear officers, you are not going to have any positive aspects for you apart from the emotional satisfaction. You're not going to have to be quiet and calm, because we're not living in the times in calm times. We are going to build the foundation, which is a difficult endeavor on which our new generations will work, and I'm sure we will succeed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Marshatian, and I would also like to thank you for your warm words. And, well, the most important component of democracy is the presence of good electoral and party systems. This realization is not new. The first reform launched after the 2018 revolution. The revolution had not even formally changed, and when the electoral reform was launched, and your humble servant also participated in its coordination. However, the reform failed at the parliament at that time, and it was finally adopted only in 2021. It was adopted by the parliament, and in 2020, the package of the law on parties was adopted, which made a lot of conceptual changes, at least at the legislative level. So today we have with us a person who has had a major investment in these reforms, Vardine Grigorian from the Helsinki Citizens Assembly Vanadzor office. Ms. Grigorian, can we consider that the reform of the electoral and party systems has been a success and has been completed, or is there still work to be done? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Please allow me to thank everyone, and especially I would like to mention Ambassador Tracy's and Ambassador Victorin's investments in this reform, and they have actually also bear the responsibility and even the burden of this criticism by anti-democratic forces. And I think that this speaks to their real, authentic investment and the proper path that we have taken in this process. And this process should be continued and it should be completed. The reform process should be as structural as possible. And your investment personally and on the institutional level well, it is of crucial importance. The electoral reform can never end because technically it's an endless process, and politically also a lot of changes take place which should be reflected in the legislation. And maybe it's good that these amendments did not take place in 2018 because they were quite spontaneous. And although the package was generally ready, it was obvious back then that we didn't have that the threats to elections that we had, for instance, in the year 2021. Everything was clear, and the revolution result was to be consolidated. But later we had the time to improve it, and Mazas Panielian was actually coordinating this process, and it allowed us to approach the electoral processes in a very structural way. And the law on parties, I think it was the most successful endeavor because it created the conditions in which if parties wanted, they can actually have a proper activity within the framework of this legislation. And the parties were not very interested in the content of these reforms, unfortunately, back then, and they didn't see the role of the parties in the electoral processes outside of the level of parliamentary elections. And this actually, and when we talk about electoral reform, it turns out that there was a distinction between local elections and other electoral processes. And in case of local elections, we were seeing very segmented, fragmentary amendments. In 2020, there was a package, and that there was a provision which was anti-constitutional because it was mentioning that if you do not participate in 2 proportional elections, the activity of the party is terminated. It means, for instance, if the party does not participate in 2 local elections, then their activity will be terminated. And that would actually allow to terminate the activity of the more than 100 parties. But we do not need such opportunities in the 21st century. We should actually promote participation of the parties and not punish them. And so I am really very happy that I'm the last one to talk here, because we have actually, as a civil society, we have our demands from all the parties here. And I would like to go one by one. Yes, from the Ministry of Justice, we have the demand for finalizing the reforms to the extent possible, taking into account the numerous elections in 2021 and the issues that came up during those elections. I think that here the improvement of liability mechanisms is of crucial importance. For instance, we had one endeavor in parallel to a law on parties. It was about liability for certain financial issues, for instance, payments to this pre-election fund and ways to bypass the restrictions. So these are very well formulated in the codes. However, they are worse represented in the electoral code. And I think another issue was that there was unjustified fear for having more regulations in mechanisms that simply do not support democracy, but actually hinder and also hinder the usurpation of power. And in terms of perception of the reform, and also the full we have an issue with full perception of reform and integrity. And in our further amendments of the electoral reform, it will allow us to show proper prospects for reform, especially on the local elections level. Of course, we had unprecedented level in the local elections. However, there were certain structural approaches. There were certain issues which need to be addressed, and our our MPs know about it. I will not talk about the details. But I think it's unacceptable when the approach is not structural but individual on an individual level. About the Corruption Prevention Commission, of course, this oversight over pre-election funds is very important. It will be added also to the oversight over financing of the political parties, and the holistic approach is very important in this regard. And the suggestions that have been provided by our international partners were as follows. The political financing should be from one source, from one path, and totally controlled. We have fragmentary oversight towards it. We have political party funds, pre-election funds, so it's very fragmented and the oversight is not complete. If this were united under one umbrella and the political financing was under a better working loop, then we would have a more trustworthy democracy, and we would be sure that the political forces that run in the elections ensure that they really represent the voters, that their financing comes from the citizen of the Republic of Armenia. They don't have illegal funds, and they are not using the political platform for advancing their personal interests. There's a lot to do in this regard, and I think that we should also prepare the candidates of political parties for the criteria of integrity that we want to see in the Republic of Armenia. As for the police reform, of course, I would like to first of all thank them for more efficient involvement in electoral process. I think that we still have a lot to do in this regard, but we do see mostly a lot of willingness and participation, which was absent before. Previously, we also were, because we were also involved in observation missions, we were actually used to seeing inability, see them not functioning, because very often we had to approach them and say, you have to do something. They were very passive. And I hope that it's going to be a priority in the future as well. And the general perception of the electoral reform process and the realization that their involvement is crucial is very important. And what Mr. Mushatian mentioned about the police officers, I think that's about the perception of dignity, that the person has to feel dignified, and his dignity should not be overwhelmed, and this feeling of dignity is very important. What has been recovered in the Republic of Armenia after the revolution was this dignity of being a citizen. For me personally, that was the most important thing, and that's how we should approach the electoral legislation. And the electoral legislation should also approach both the voter and the candidate from this point of view. We shouldn't just have quotas. It should be meaningful involvement by political parties. It means, for instance, persons with disabilities or persons who have special needs in voting, they have to have the dignified opportunity for doing that. It's not a dignified opportunity when people just when four people take the person to the voting booth. It's not a dignified way of voting. A person should be able to do it individually with certain equipment and means. A person has to know who he is going to vote for, what candidates there are. This should be and we should also ensure that the PEC members are trained, they feel the responsibility towards the citizen, they have respect towards the voters and the observers. Before, we actually had the expectation that the observation missions have the burden of ensuring the legitimacy of elections. I think it's now the time to also record the reforms that are the result of the electoral legislation reform. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Grigorian. And I have to state with regret that we are actually behind our agenda a lot. And I suggest that we just gather one round of short questions from the hall so that we can finish it in 5-7 minutes. I see Navard's hand. Can we provide a microphone for our audience? Now we can hear you. My question is addressed to Mr. Andrea. I'm Novart from Socioscope NGO. On May 17, the European Court of Human Rights made a decision, Oganesova versus Armenia case, and they stipulated that Oganesova's right for non-discrimination based on sexual orientation has been violated. And you were a human rights defender, and you actually talked about this comprehensive legislation, need for comprehensive legislation in this regard. As a Minister of Justice, what are you doing in that regard about the discrimination issue? Where we are about in the law on equality before the law? Thank you very much. Next question will be addressed by Mr. Sisak Gabrielian. And I also see Mr. Varujan Hoktanyan's hand there. Thank you. Because we're approaching the deadline for declarations, maybe it will be more of a proposal. Of course, I receive my salary from the state budget, and I don't mind declaring my expenses and income. For instance, we are now declaring our expenses that we did, for instance, last May, last June. I would like to discuss this issue. I'm now actually repairing the roof of my house because I want to have the opportunity to provide these expenses in the website right now, because next year I may not remember what expenses I had. And next question will be addressed by Mr. Hoktanyan. And also Ambassador Andrea Victorin.
To say that the United States and the European Union are in the police reform. So you have I have to mention it, yeah? Sorry. Because we are now just doing the procurement for the new police cars. And I still have, I know as a minister knows because I mention it regularly, I think you should reconsider the law. Because the police cars with these blinking lights is something you will not find in our countries. You find it whenever there is an emergency. But a normal police car driving through the city, and then you always use these megaphones. I would also, sorry that I say so, advise to reduce it a little bit because nobody understands what is said. And it is a question how it is perceived by the citizens. So no question, just a comment.
Before Varujan Hoktanyan, I should say yes, the procurement process of European Union, by the European Union is very important, and technical requirements or the generation of technical requirements for the cars was very inclusive. We attended it.
Thank you. My name is Varujan Hoktanyan. I'm from Transparency International Anti-Corruption Center. I would actually give this question to all of the panel speakers, but I would maybe ask it specifically to Ms. Sarutunyan. Of course, a lot of interesting and good image was presented here, but actually everything is decided by implementation. So those regulations are on quite a high level. You cannot even compare it with what we had before. But how is it brought to life? Are there any issues in the implementation, and which are they? I could actually address my questions to all of the speakers, but maybe because of lack of time, I will just address this question to Ms. Arutsunyan. Thank you, Mr. Hoktanyan. Let's try to answer the questions in 2 minutes, if possible, because we're very short of time. And Mr. Andreasen will respond to the first question. Well, with Mr. Anisan, we had agreed that I have to go in 5 minutes. It's very interesting questions, and I would be happy to address them. I will just answer the question addressed to me, and then I will have to leave. I apologize for that. I would like to particularly mention that, yes, it was rightfully mentioned that we initiated the legislation about the equality before the law aspect, and I'm happy that Ms. Grigorian is also here, and she was Deputy Minister of Justice before she became Human Rights Defender. And of course, I regret that this initiative was not implemented by the Human Rights Defender that was there before Ms. Grigorian, and Ms. Grigorian had a major contribution in these works, and we actually did collaborate. We will collaborate with the Ombudsman's office and create the equal Armenia for everyone. Sorry, I'm gonna have to leave you now. Thank you, Mr. Andreasen. Ms. Ambassador, if you would like to respond to the questions.
I'll just make a reaction to the point about being able to continue to fulfill the responsibilities of declaration. You know, this is in the U.S. system, especially at the senior levels of government where people have greater authorities and decision-making powers. We are also required every year, I think this is the same, I see my colleagues nodding their heads, you have to discipline yourself. You have to start making sure that you are saving the details of real estate transactions, of income streams that might be coming from outside of government. These are all a part of the responsibilities that come. But I think that what Armenia is doing that is very important, and we need to continue to help through assistance, is the training and exposure to the ways of building a culture and system of integrity in government service. And it takes time. It takes time, but it takes commitment and discipline from those who are in public service.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Տիկին Հարությունյան.
Thank you for the proposal and the question. As for the proposal, it is very clear. We already have an agreement with the Ministry of Justice. It's going to take place on using this occasion. We are actually going to introduce the new system of declaration on May 24. And since 2023, all the data will be gathered automatically by 2023. So as for the filling in the information, at least 70% of the burden will be reduced. And structurally, it was actually we did actually make we did have, for instance, a motorcycle, and we were trying to move furniture from the living room. Yes, so that's, I just want to bring an example. So actually all the stakeholders can join us in this endeavor. We are open to new suggestions, and we are now establishing a whole new digital system. As for Mr. Hoktanyan's question, of course, yes, I'm aware of the issues. Of course, we have a number of issues. As a new institution, well, in terms of its aspirations and missions, yes, the bar is high, but the resources and the legislative regulations are not sufficient. I will bring a simple example. The Commission is the only, it provides conclusions on declarations and makes decisions. The staff is not selected based on the experience and relevant experience and education, and the requirements that are there do not allow us to hire a person who does not conform to it, but can be trained to conform to it. And I will also use this occasion to say that in the previous, compared to previous 2 years, the budget of the Commission has already been almost approved, and we will have the opportunity to solve the same systemic issues, this institute of providing gifts, corruption risks, etc. But the most significant issue that we face is this capacity building, lack of knowledge and lack of capacities. It's very difficult to hire people who will be able to be paid the salaries of public service and do the job that that requires high qualifications. As for the operational independence, I think that we can say that we are surviving at this moment, but it's not development, it's just survival. And using the occasion, we have also proposed, and we will consistently follow the so that the establishment of the Commission is stipulated in the Constitution, and so that the majority of the MPs do not have the opportunity to make changes based on their personal interests. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Artsunyan. I would like to add that when we were discussing the constitutional reforms, whether they should be addressed today or not, we realized that unfortunately not enough substance is still generated on the constitutional reform. The reform process has started, but it's not reflected here. Mr. Murshatian, please.
Honorable Ms. Victorin, please consider this a mission of my speech. I thank you obviously without any restriction, without any reservation. Thank you deeply, and I'm sorry for my omission. And next, with regard to the blinkers, I would like to say that this issue has been raised several times, many times, and no legislative regulation has been put in place so far. We have an order, an instruction of the head of police, and there is a proposal by me that during the daytime to turn off the blinkers. I think there will be. I think we will achieve it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murshatian. And this idea has been proposed by us. We also back that idea to use the blinkers only in the appropriate cases. Mr. Ioannisyan, please give a voice to the media as well. For 1 a.m., Gohara Arapetan, I address my speech to Ms. Ambassador. We have seen that during this process of democratization reforms, which we have been discussing the democracy, but the opposition has been voicing calls that there should be no Armenia with no Tracy. I would like to thank you for your recent announcements that the U.S. is committed to preserving democracy in Armenia, because in all the world we can state that democracy is the guarantor of the security in Armenia, and I would like to thank you for your announcements. Thank you. I would like to state with regret that the media were not invited to this event, and Ms. Harapatan, you were invited as a beneficiary of this program. And in this regard, I would like to apologize because, but this was an there are other opportunities to address questions to the ambassador, and if you see any need to answer, please. Ես հարց չլսեցի, ես պարզապես մեկնաբանություն լսեցի, ես
to respond, other than to say that we fully support an independent media and its role in democracy. So I'm glad to see you here today. But I think, as we're noting, across the board, we see progress in democracy and we see room for improvement. And I think the point is that the room for improvement and the direction that I assess Armenia to be pointing in is a very positive direction overall. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Although the panel was supposed to last longer, but however, let us have a break for 15 minutes and come back at 2:40.
So I guess everyone is inside and we can start. English speaking, I will also be moderating the panel in English. So dear Excellencies, honorable guests, friends and colleagues, good afternoon. As most of you know, I'm Andrea Victorin. I'm the project coordinator, Freedom House in Armenia. Thank you so much for being with us. And this is a real honor for us at Freedom House to be hosting and convening the first Armenian Forum for Democracy, and for me to be moderating this panel discussion with such distinguished guests and speakers. I'm delighted to see so many people in the audience who for years have tirelessly advocated for democracy and human rights in Armenia under targeting and attacks, physical and verbal violence, which continues to this day. And I'm glad to see you attend this discussion on the condition of democracy, the perilous situation of human rights. And I want to take this moment to applaud all the tireless efforts of the civil society that has been working in Armenia that made this discussion possible. So let's applaud to all of us who are here. So it is obvious that the Velvet Revolution in Armenia, the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War, and the things that are happening around the world have majorly changed the context of human rights and the dimension of human rights agenda that I'm sure our panelists will address. I and surely everyone here remembers the spring of 2018 and the slogan of the Armenian Velvet Revolution, which was Velvet Revolution of love and unity, Velvet Revolution of love and solidarity, Սիրո եւ համերաշխության հեղափոխություն. And our aim when we decided to organize this forum was to revive this notion, at least among those of us who have shared belief in humanity and the human dimension of the issues concerning the Armenian state. We wish to deepen our understanding of the meaning of these notions and also contribute to the understanding of what is going on and how do we know what is going on in such a polarized and politicized environment. I know that most of our colleagues that are here are discouraged by the continuous attacks and directed and targeted hatred against democracy and human rights activists. So before starting this discussion, I want to remind all of us of the love and solidarity that we have been talking about since the Velvet Revolution in the country, that I feel that our nation is turning away from. And I specifically want to speak of love to emphasize the dangers of the movements of violence and hatred and call to act and speak from a place of love. So thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining the panel discussion. So our first speaker is Andrea Victorin. I know most of us know Miss Victorin, the head of the EU delegation to Armenia. First time that I met Miss Victorin was back in 2018 in Vosto, in Natoli campus. We were sitting together at the same panel discussion, and Ms. Ambassador was back then the head of the EU delegation to Belarus, and I was participating at the panel discussion as the young representative from Armenia who participated at the Velvet Revolution and who has been active so far in all of the movements in Armenia. So I would like to listen to Ms. Victorin's remarks regarding democracy and the dynamic that she's seeing in Armenia. So please, Ms. Victorin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I still remember our meeting in Natolin when I knew that I could come to Armenia, but the process was not yet started. So there was somebody who asked me at that time, but before you have the agreement, naturally you are not talking about anything. So, and I'm happy to be here again. For those who don't know a little bit my history, I have to say that I was here German ambassador between 2007 and 2009. So if you ask me how I evaluate the situation, for me always, and it is still now in my memory, is the 1st of March 2008. And the shock that went through the Armenian society with this big demonstration after we had really urged the authorities not to end the demonstration. And on the early morning of the 1st of March, the tents on the Freedom Square were cleared, and then we had a big demonstration and 10 casualties. And still, the investigation on these incidents are not yet finalized, and there is no clear outcome. And this is a little bit also my perspective of civil society here. At that time, it was really difficult for human rights defenders to stand up, to defend the right of vulnerable groups, to defend people who are in need. They were targeted, they were harassed, and it was also, let's say, the whole judiciary system was not protecting them. When I came back, I really had the impression that a lot of things have developed. Armenia has an ambitious reform program which naturally demands considerable efforts in administrative but also in education. Because it is not enough, that's what I tried to say in my opening speech, it's not enough to change a law, you have to change the mind of people. And that's why I'm deeply convinced that tolerance, respect for the opinion of others are fundamental to really develop this democracy. I would say now we have a very intensive cooperation among the main players here. EU is the biggest donor, so we try really to support all the major reform projects, but as I said, for us civil society is a central pillar, and we do a lot together with civil society. Also, in order to change the perspective in society, what I think is special here from the international side is that we have an excellent cooperation. EU and United States are closely cooperating. The example we mentioned before is police reform, but I also want to mention the importance of the UN office here, because the UN are the institution that with the Human Rights Council should stand up, and I must say that we have a very good cooperation, and we think in the same direction, and that is very important, that, let's say, the major players of the international community are on one line, and that we really together try to improve the situation. This also is valid naturally for all our member states, because we have here a Team Europe approach, means we bring together the different experience we have also in our member states as best practices, and there is a big variety. If you want really to stabilize democracy, and if you want to support human rights, you need to change the perspective. That's why, for example, I came this morning from a closing event on a twinning project we have on civil service reform, something which is a game changer. If you change the perspective of civil servants, that they are not, let's say, the masters of the game, but that they are responsible to support the citizens of the country, and that you have to show transparent, clear vision of how you are implementing the policy. I think that is very important, and there we can learn together, and you can learn from our mistakes, as my Estonian colleague said this morning, and this is right. So if we talk about the development, I can only repeat what I said before. Democracy is a process, and democracy demands that we never give up and that we continue the process. I see and there I'm very clear, there are people who do not like my perspective. I see considerable progress in Armenia. I see the willingness to really tackle a reform process. However, there are naturally shortcomings, and what is needed is, let's say, an open debate. What can be done better? And that's why I'm so much relying, and for every step we do, we have consultation with civil society to get their assessment of the situation, and then to include it in our recommendations and in our policy. And we have, and right now I see a very polluted situation. I see a situation where I wonder, where is the Armenian citizen in it? And there are so many questions and problems which we should tackle together. And again, I repeat, UN sets the basis. That's why this morning I quoted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because this is a framework for all of us, I would say. But really to go on gender equality, women's rights, there is still room for improvement in this country. It is very important also to take up certain difficult issues. Fight against domestic violence. This is not only in Armenia, but to ignore it is the wrong way. So there we have to do something. Non-discrimination, I think, is a principle we have to work on. This means we have to prevent discrimination and stigmatization for vulnerable groups. And there I come again, the LGBTI community here. They are targeted by certain groups, and this has to be addressed, and this has to be named. So that's why I think in so many areas we have a very good cooperation with the Office of the Human Rights Defender. Why? I think this should be an independent institution. It is not, let's say, an agency of a government. This is not the idea. So you see, when I was here German ambassador, I had to defend the human rights defender at that time, yeah? Because due to the fact that he wanted to have the investigation on the 1st of March, he was also targeted. So I think, and there we stand together, and this is very important. And it is very important also in such a difficult situation that both from the government side, but also from the civil society, we try to find a comprehensive approach, and that we try to work together, not against each other, because then you can make no progress. So we all have to learn, and there is always a room for improvement. What really concerns me now is the level of hate speech in this country. It is, you see, when I hear certain comments, when I see certain posts, I'm shocked about the language that is used. And it is even used in, let's say, institutions where I think a certain dignity and a certain code of conduct should be a rule. And I look at Armen. I mean, for example, the National Assembly. Yeah? So I'm really very much in favor of in introducing a code of conduct. You see, it is so easy. I see that whenever you are not happy, you find a person you can target. So it can be the Prime Minister, it can be the international community. Then it goes on a level where I say, okay, do I take this criticism? No, because it is really crossing a red line. The moment somebody comes to me and says, you see, we think you should do more on gender equality, you should defend institutions that are really working for women in need, I will take the point. If somebody tells me the title I have, I will not repeat it, but you all know what I mean, I say, okay, I'm free to respond because I don't see that this is something where I should consider the criticism. And that's something which I think has a very, very basic importance. Only if we can all together, from the side of the international community, from the side of government agency, from the side of civil society, find a decent way to present our arguments and present our interests. It's much easier to say what you do not want or of whom you want to get rid of without any argumentation. It remains an empty word. The moment you have a proposal how to better cope with the situation, how to improve government performance, how to discuss with deputies of the National Assembly, you are forced to formulate what you want. And then you have to check it with reality and the possibilities. So that's why I really say what is important is that we listen to each other. Sometimes it's very difficult, no? Shouting is easier, but we have to listen to each other, and then we should develop, and this I mean really as international community, as UN family, as institutions here in Armenia, see how we can progress. The European Union stands ready. We are active in a lot of reform areas. We are the ones who also take up really regularly human rights, because we have every year a human rights dialogue. And again, this process is never done without civil society. Before we start to prepare it, we have consultation with all different sectors of civil society to hear their ideas, to hear their concerns. I'm very happy that finally we now have the monitoring platform of civil society who are the watch. We commend it that the Armenian government took SEPA as a blueprint for the reform process. Again, if you have a pandemic, if you have a war, if you have a traumatized population, it takes time. And it is perhaps good for once to step back and see what we have achieved, and then to discuss how we can continue. Because especially in this difficult environment now, it is important, without any naivety, but it is important to give hope to the people. And in order to give hope to the people, we have really to implement concrete reforms on economic growth, on regional development, on certain key areas of policy which are needed. And again, I say, we do it together. We do it within the UN system, because the Sustainable Development Goals, they are really one guideline how we improve and how we develop our cooperation, and there we are together. So, and everybody who has a good idea, whether on environment, promotion of women, come and tell us, please don't insult us, because this doesn't bring us any further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador, for...
Շնորհակալություն Տիկին դեսպան ձեր խոսքի համար եւ կարեւոր կետերի համար, որոնք դուք նշեցիք ձեր խոսքում։ Հաջորդը ելույթ կունենա մեր մարդու իրավունքների պաշտպանը Տիկին Քրիստինե Գրիգորյանը։ Տիկին դեսպանը խոսեց այդ դժվար թեմաների մասին, թե ինչպես հասարակության տարբեր մասեր շատ երկար, որտեղ եք դուք տեսնում դերակատարումը մարդու իրավունքների պաշտպանի եւ այս դժվար թեմաների շուրջ խոսելու վերաբերյալ, որն է դիրքորոշումը այն հարցերի շուրջ, որոնք Հայաստանում են արդեն երկար ժամանակ։ Thank you, Andrea, and thank you for the invitation, and I'm pleased to be a part of this panel and to be a part of this discussion. I will directly answering your question. First of all, the human rights defender's mandate dictates all the that all the highlighted points that are threats to democracy, that pose risks to the human rights and to the guarantee of those, the exercise of those rights are the base of our mandate. And as Ms. Ambassador noted, the Institute of Human Rights Defender has been on high levels of independency in our country, and this is very important guarantee that all the issues that are raised by the human rights defender will have a broad impact, and I think that the democracy is a choice which is followed by daily work, which is irreversible daily work, which is aimed at making governance better and accountable and more efficient. And as it was noted, and I am convinced that in the first part of this event it has been noted that Armenia has made its choice of democracy. And if we draw comparisons, we will see that we have significant progress recorded, but we still face a lot of challenges, and there is no rest in democracy. Challenges are born every day, and this is our daily work. I am sure that my colleagues from the executive body have talked about these issues, but I would like to talk about the fundamental challenges and issues. I keep talking about this topic, and I think that after the 40-day war, some members of the society, including intellectuals, were actively questioning our country's choice in favor of democracy, and also questioning our if our choice was correct in favor of democracy. And these conversations were ongoing for a long time. And those people were saying whether democracy and protection of human rights and respect towards those policies are bringing us in an unstabilized situation in the relationships with our neighbors, and sometimes democracy is compared to heavy burden which hinders our rapid running and leap in the marathon of life and death. Actually, these conversations are still ongoing, and I think that people bring practical examples, saying that, for example, if we don't use equal weapons, and we're speaking about the restriction of other dissenting opinions and total control over the opinions of peoples. These were tools which were used during a war situation, and of course, we made a small attempt to restrict the opinions of people, but we stood on the right path later. But people were questioning also on this argument, whether democracy was worth it. And I think that regardless of the period, regardless of the events that are taking place, democracy is a choice, and it has no alternative, not good alternatives at least. I think in democracies, the lack of justice, the lack of fair trials is impeding the democratic systems. For example, after the war, there are many missing persons and persons who are still illegally kept in Azerbaijan, and we were not able to restore justice for those people, and they are still waiting for justice. And the wounds of the returned prisoners of war and their families need time to heal. The families of our compatriots who died during the war are mourning and looking for relief. Numerous displaced persons who lost their homes and access to normal life are looking for social justice and are learning to be more resilient, cherishing a secret hope that one day they might return to their homes. All these people are part of our society, and their trauma is yet to be overcome. Therefore, the collective trauma of our society has not been overcome. Within the context of the mandate of the human rights defender, I meet these people almost every day. Their issues are countless. And I have to say that we have outlined the groups of problems which include social, psychological issues, but the major issue is the justice. And this is the most important thing. I think that the trauma of the war brings new challenges, which relate to democratic processes and protection and promotion of human rights. Extremely polarized public discourse and hate speech, as Ms. Ambassador noted, are the result and the evidence of that collective trauma. Of course, we know that hate speech is a challenge that is typical of not only Armenia, but it is a challenge that exists in a number of developed countries. But I think that the trauma creates a provocative environment. Even when we speak about peace, this trauma provokes hate speech. Actually, for democracy, when speaking about the risks of this trauma, we regret to state that there are lawyers and advocates of human rights who believe that and take concrete steps to suspend the operation of the civil society organizations because they believe they are the true human rights advocates, and many times they say that those values led to war. Those people believe that advocacy of human rights is to restrict the operation of those people, and they believe that they are the true adherers of democracy, of human rights. There are deputies and decision makers in the National Assembly who believe that the principle of universality of human rights should be adapted to the distinction between the so-called fundamental and marginal rights. I see that this is problematic and very dangerous in terms of human rights. But I agree with Ms. Ambassador that democracy is about taking into consideration everyone's opinions. It is an environment that needs to raise the voices of all the people, but also it is a rule of games where people need to bring arguments and facts. Otherwise, we will not be fighting with equal weapons and tools. I think addressing these issues. By addressing these issues, we have to take care about the immunity of democracy as a state and as a society. I think that similar developments are forming the immunity of democracy. What does the immunity mean? I think it means that democratic institutions such as state governing bodies, independent institutions, civil societies, professional and accountable media, all these people, everyone, all of us, must be directed towards towards the fight against disproportionate attacks and threats, to keep the vulnerable groups away from threats and the harassments. But also, I think that it also means that we need to be open and we need to provide a platform for open debates, be it political opinions, be it human rights approaches, because our history also shows that concealing questions and issues does not lead to a good place. Therefore, we have to voice all our issues and problems. We need to bring evidence and speak with proofs in order to be able to take the path of solutions. I will sum up with this, and I hope that we will speak in the future about more important issues. Thank you.
Speaker is Mark Berendt, who's the director of Europe and Eurasia programs at Freedom House. Mark, throughout the past more than 1 year, while working together, we also had our fair share of heated discussions on human rights, democracy, security. We have reached to consensus on a lot of places, and we argue on a lot of things. But you have this institutional memory about the Armenian civil society, about the Armenian democracy, because you have extensive experience in the region and you have lived in South Caucasus. So where do you see the role of international organizations? Where do you see the role of the local civil society organizations to consolidate like-minded people around the topics of human rights and democracy, to be able to have, again, heated discussions and arguments about these topics, but still be able to sit at the same table? What role do international organizations play in this?
Well, international organizations, international actors in general can play a lot of roles. You know, they're donors, and we've heard a lot about the great support that, you know, USAID and the US government and the European Union and all the bilateral donors in the country have been playing. But in terms of the substance of democracy, about the sort of the debate about democracy, we don't really bring much to the table. We don't know it better than you. We aren't experts at democracies for some reason, because we just grew up somewhere. Maybe we have an ability to, you know, convene conversations. Maybe because we're outside of the polarization that, you know, unfortunately challenged democracies find themselves in all the time. I mean, the first thing that happens is they divide and conquer, and opponents of democracy will do that, and they have done that, and they are doing it on the streets today. And so that causes fragmentation, that causes polarization, that causes people that should be collaborating and that have common interest to collaborate not to. And that's something that outsiders can sometimes do. We can sometimes, you know, bring people together that wouldn't otherwise want to sit together. Sometimes we can provide a little bit of security. You know, we might be able to facilitate a conversation about a topic that is maybe a little bit more controversial, a little more difficult, because people are polite and they're willing to give us that space to do that. Ultimately, it's because people are hospitable, but that allows us to leverage a little bit of space to support civil society and other actors to have some of the difficult conversations that they can't have. You know, I was here not on March 1st in 2008, but I was here on the 4th. And I saw the tremendous polarization and fragmentation that happened in civil society. People that were friends and willing to work together before were just absolutely at each other's throats. And again, I was pleased because I got, you know, them around the table to talk about. In those days, I was facilitating conversations about peace building. Really difficult conversations, but not the conversation that was dividing them. You know, and it was possible for them to talk. But this looks like that period a little bit right again in Armenia, with this you know, over securitization of the question. You know, in those days, and in 2008, you know, I mean, the government, so literally, the government wanted to create security, to force society to have order by using force, by violating the rights of demonstrators and actually killing them. I mean, that's the classic, you know, juxtaposition between security and democracy. Authoritarians will always use the excuse of, national security concerns as a way to undermine democracy. How many times have we seen human rights defenders being absolutely falsely accused of either being narco-traffickers or of being terrorists or of being whatever, and thrown into jail? And this is happening not just here, this is happening all over the world. So we shouldn't be surprised that the security versus democracy question is happening. In Armenia, the problem is you have a real security problem. I mean, there really is a national security threat in this country. And how can democracies, given that very legitimate need for the state to provide security to its people, do that in a democratic way? And of course, I'm sure we all agree in this, in this room, that there's not a tension between democracy and security. You can't actually have democracy without security, and democracy is security. Democracy itself and the broader human dimension sort of framework around security that includes democracy, protection of rights, the rule of law, the freedom of the media, and all of the rest. It's either it's the Helsinki Final Act that is going to be our framework, or it's going to be the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or whatever it is. I think oftentimes when we talk to each other, we don't make the case for democracy because, of course, I don't need to convince you, but we do need to be making the case. We need to be making the case all the time. I think the biggest mistake that people from my country, Westerners, Europeans, made when they came to this part of the world in 1992, 93, 94 was that we assumed that everybody agreed with us, that democracy and rights are wonderful. And not only did we assume that that's great, but we started talking about Western values or European values, which made them somehow foreign. These are human values. These are your birthright as much as anybody else's. But we didn't make the case, and we didn't convince everybody. There are plenty of people that were making the case. You guys are making the case, and we needed to be listening to you and be doing that a little bit more carefully and cautiously. That's some mistakes that I think are that some of us from the United States and coming from outside, I think we need to be a little bit self-reflective about in terms of mistakes we might have made over the last 30 years in the region. I think that the biggest thing that can be done for democracy, is not the consultation that needs to happen in order to get the idea. It's the creating the social fabric of conversation and debate and discussion. It's the horizontal discussions between civil society on different themes. The human rights defenders talking to the media people who are talking to the rule of law people. They need to be talking to each other, but also people that have different opinions on all of these issues. And of course there are different opinions on all of these issues, and you can still be pro-democratic and disagree with one another. And these conversations need to happen, and they can't just be limited to the people that have the greatest expertise. Just the people that know it all, because there are people that don't know it all, that maybe don't have that great, fantastic amount of expertise, but that have a perspective that's absolutely necessary for for a good idea to come forward. The exclusion of people from the regions, the exclusion of vulnerable communities, the exclusion of old people and people with disabilities and the LGBT community and feminists, but not just the people that they're marginalized because of that, but just because they're outside of the clique of people that seem to have the answers. Those people need to be involved, not because they are the experts on the question at hand, but because their experience is absolutely essential to find any answers that are going to be sustainable. We talk about sustainability in so many ways, but we forget about that fundamental question of sustainability. So, I mean, this is why Freedom House came to Armenia. We didn't come with a lot of history. We didn't come with a lot of relationships. We came on our own, and maybe that is enabling us to convene some conversations like today's conversation. I think is wonderful. And I don't want to talk anymore, because I want there to be a debate. I want there to be that conversation between the room and the panel, because and not just for questions. You could just tell us things. Let us know what you think, and let us have that engaged discussion. And because I think that doesn't happen too often. I don't know how often the Prime Minister has spoken publicly to civil society in the last few years. I don't think it's happened that often, and I'm really grateful that he found the time, and other people from the government, from Parliament. I'm grateful that this has been, there have been such great participation, but it's important not because they're the ones that are here, it's because they are here in the room with other people that don't generally get to meet them. And I think that's the most important. So I think I'll stop with that, and I'm happy to unpack all sorts of questions about freedom in the world and how Freedom House measures democracy. There's all sorts of other issues that I have all written here that I didn't go to, but I think this is probably enough. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sakuns. Mr. Sakuns is the president of the Helsinki Citizens Assembly Vanadzor office. I think Mr. Sakuns is very well known in Armenia, and whenever we hear Helsinki Citizens Assembly, we always are reminded of Mr. Sakuns. He has been in Aspares Club for a long time, and at the same time, for many years, he was targeted both before the revolution and after the revolution. And that is why for us it is very important to hear your comments, your remarks on the situation of human rights and democracy in Armenia and how we can achieve the solidarity that we were talking about. How can we start talking to each other? Thank you very much. Thank you, Andronik. I will, maybe I was not heard very well. Maybe you forgot to say that I'm also Sorosian because we cannot forget what we are the term we are going to use, because very often we try to forget certain phenomena by forgetting about inclusivity. Well, from the point of view of defending ourselves, well, this debate that is taking place in Armenia currently is taking place in a situation when the largest challenge to democracy is taking place in Ukraine by the Putin regime, by this war launched by Putin in Ukraine, which actually we shouldn't forget about it. We should consider it as an important factor. We should not omit it from our calculations. Otherwise, we will move to a sphere, well, what is Armenian democracy? There is no such concept of Armenian democracy. No Armenian mathematics, there is no Georgian mathematics, there is no American mathematics, or chemistry. There is mathematics and that's it. There is an issue of democracy in Armenia. And we do face a number of issues, and they should be considered in the context of this largest global challenge, which is the war, unprovoked war that is taking place in Ukraine now, and it has been taking place for more than 3 months. Sorry, and against the citizens of Ukraine, and they are launching a daily struggle for their democracy. I would like to remind, well, Hrant Matevosyan was using a phrase. He was saying we should lift the Armenian society should stop thinking that it is part of a large empire. I think I'm convinced that for many years after the independence, we still perceived that we were part of a large empire. We haven't overcome this mentality yet. So the protests that are taking place currently, it's actually for going back to the empire, for being part of an empire again. And it's a serious challenge from the point of democracy as well. they don't not to be part of the civilization of democracy, but to be part of an empire as a possibility for security. But actually, history and historical experience and Europe's experience shows that there is no other trustworthy, reliable and developing mechanism of security than democracy. Simply does not exist. It has not been created. The other security systems are threats not only for the citizens of the given country, as we see in authoritarian countries, but also for neighbor countries. But democracy, the process that actually started with the Velvet Revolution, and it did kick off with the Velvet Revolution, it is actually accompanied by a number of issues. And the protests that are taking place, they prove that there is democracy, but it's also as a result of issues faced by democracy. Yes, we do have common challenges in the world, like discriminatory speech, hate speech, and there is a lot of effort to devalue democratic values, not only in Armenia, but also in democratic countries. But we also, there is know-how on how to overcome this. And do elections constitute an important mechanism of democracy? Of course they are. The electoral process has been, fair elections have been restored, but that doesn't mean that legitimacy is ensured, legitimacy is not ensured for once and for all. And again, history shows that in Nazi Germany, the political party did get a majority, but they later lost their legitimacy because the other democratic institution comes forward. The absolute power of the majority cannot be a guarantor of democracy. The main value of democracy should be the restricted power of the majority. And we can mention some other principles. The implementation, the guarantee of implementation of which faces a number of issues. Accountable and transparent governance. Transparent and accountable governance is the guarantor of continuity of democracy. Have we achieved it? Of course, we haven't achieved that, because the Constitution does not guarantee in itself. Mr. Ioannisyan mentioned that we are not going to address the Constitution, but we shouldn't forget about that main challenge. We actually call them these bears. Yes, that is important. Important actors. So if there is no checks and balances and guarantee of checks and balances on the constitutional level, we cannot have accountable and transparent governance. Even though people maybe on their individual level they do want to have it, but there should be institutional mechanisms that, for instance, so that to ensure that the National Security Office is under parliamentary oversight. Why am I talking about the National Security Service separately? Because there are now two criminal cases initiated in Armenia. One is against human rights defender Sashik Sultanyan for inciting international hatred, and another one is a producer who actually used the term Turk, and of course it's this implementation of this article is a problem in itself. How can you imagine it that even if you justify that the word Turk is a degrading term, how can you imagine this case in the European Court of Human Rights? So in your country, the National Security Service is considering the name of the ethnos as a hate speech or inciting of hatred. Can you imagine that? So can you imagine this level of political culture, this non-democratic nature of the political culture? And human rights defenders, when people talk about human rights defense, this is also taken as an incitement of national hatred. So if we follow that logical framework, then any human rights defender who talks about violations, he is the one who incites a national hatred. So if we talk about violations, is it incitement of hatred against Armenians? The principle of accountable and transparent government and the relevant mechanisms are the guarantors of the continuous and sustainable development of democracy. We already talked about the judicial system. I will not address it in much detail. As for the prevalence of law, it's actually a perception. It's also a matter of education. In our education system, we have a number of serious issues in terms of the perception of fundamentality of human rights. And that's why when we actually try, sometimes we attempt to see democracy only within the framework of the state. No, that's not true. Rights are universal. And the education system should find relevant solutions for ensuring better perception, and it's one of the most important issues. As for the freedom to express opinion, it's one of the most important pillars of democracy. Do we have all the guarantees for freedom of expression? So Voltaire has a phrase. They say, you know, I don't agree with your opinion, but I will actually sacrifice my life for your opinion to be heard. And when we are invited to the public TV for discussing the election results, but the same public TV does not cover, does not inform about the SEPA agreement with the European Union, which is actually the commitment of the state. It was not imposed on us from one side. With SEPA, we have mutual commitments, yes, to cover, to explain, to inform continuously, because I think that one of the most important opportunities for democratic development in Armenia is Armenia's SEPA agreement with the European Union, which actually involves all the sectors, and we are now referring to some of them, and it is an important resource of establishment of democracy in Armenia, and we're seeing this issue now here. And when we're talking about with our partners, and you might have followed our Facebook page, we actually go to the regions, we inform them. Many people in the regions do not know about this agreement. The public TV, which has the widest audience, are not, their audience is not aware of the substance of that agreement and the measures taken within the framework of the agreement or future plans within the framework of the agreement. The other resource which we have for the democracy and is not properly implemented and used is European Court of Human Rights rulings with regard to Armenia. Let's take all the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights. All the structural issues are already mentioned there. We don't have to reinvent a bicycle. The last decision was Oganesova versus Armenia, where all this group of persecution mechanisms is already mentioned, and the person who has done it does not. This person now does not live in Armenia. Have we created the guarantees so that people can safely stay in Armenia and live in Armenia? We, members of the civil society organizations who are, as you rightfully said, are targeted, we were called Sorosians both before the revolution and after the revolution. And they even had this disgraceful events in front of the attacks in front of the Open Society Foundation, and the invasion of the building, and also Azatution Radio Liberty office. So these are assaults, and not only in terms of physical violence, but in terms of hate speech. And we didn't see any protection. Separate individual representatives of the state even resorted to the manipulation. They said, "Whose dog is Soros?" Or they used, "I'm as close to Soros," or as Ishkhan Seratelyan is close to democracy. So these kind of formulations and these kinds of defensive actions by the authorities and this kind of resorting to manipulations creates a relevant environment in the public. The supporters do not talk, are silent in the public sphere. Yeah, please send it to me. I'm talking about the when we actually have the same conversation with individual persons. We do have contacts with people, and we are aware of people's opinions, assessments, perceptions, and attitudes. Of course, we have a lot to do. As for the judiciary system, until now, the fact-finding mission, which was supposed to be created, it has not been created yet. And I would like to address this issue particularly. We actually suggested to call it the Committee of Truth. From the very beginning days, and it was actually published on December 28, 2018, after the snap parliamentary elections. Armenia, it was a roadmap of democratic development of Armenia. It was and it was criticized by today's participants of the rallies in the streets today. The main purpose of the fact-finding mission was to collect information and testimony on gross violations of human rights. Persons who for years had remained alone with their violated human rights, they were not heard. They had to be given the opportunity to testify about the violations of their rights, and if there were grave cases, there should have been also compensation. Because the Velvet Revolution was a result of deficit of social justice. That's why if we don't do it, people start saying, but did revolution really happen? Of course it did happen. I always say that it did happen. Like after the French Revolution, if 2 years after the French Revolution Bonaparte came to power, it doesn't mean that the revolution didn't take place. So these changes of the idea of the mentality of the people that take place, they of course need and require institutionalization. I'm not saying that we are now having Bonapartism recovered in Armenia. Frankly speaking, we're not living at the end of the, fortunately we're not living at the beginning of the 19th century. But actually we create risks when we are not consistent, when we do not follow up on restoration of justice and institutionalizing these expectations for restorations of justice. That can be the amendment in the Constitution, and trust in the judicial system, so that I know that my violated right will be recovered by the fair trial, and that I should not expect that there will be some corruption risks involved, and I might not be able to recover my rights because of that. And today's event, I would actually call today's event both the glory and also the misery of the Armenian democratic system. Of course, we can say, okay, Marquis, everything is fine, but it's not the case. It's not the case. Because we should be able to not fear and not to just survive within the framework of limited democratic opportunities. Democracy requires bravery. And as for the security, democracy, and peace, and the relevant discourse, we cannot trust in peace and security if there is no guarantee for protecting the law, protecting the right, because Europe was able to achieve security because they were able to protect the rights, because impunity has been overcome in Europe. The Nuremberg trials were about the first step for overcoming impunity. Have we been able to overcome impunity? No, we haven't been able, even after the Velvet Revolution, because, for instance, Yeranosian, who used special means in 2016, he is now just he is now using democratic mechanisms against democracy. We always say that democracy should be able to defend itself, but democracy is not about police forces, but about the establishment of justice and giving an evaluation to violated rights. And if impunity continues, it leads to new crimes. And from the point of view of peace, if war crimes have happened, unless there is an investigation of these war crimes, there will be no peace. It's not possible. And civil society representatives have actually conducted a fact-finding mission. Where Ms. Larissa from Open Society Foundations is here. I would like to applaud her, because for many years they have really supported institutional development of democracy. Of course, the U.S. Embassy and the European Union had their diplomatic commitments, and there was a lot of support by these actors as well. But the role of the Open Society Foundations does not have to be underestimated, and we should tell the authorities that the issue of war crimes should be raised at the Security Council of the UN, at the Parliamentary Council of the Council of Europe, Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I would like us to really see the situation in a more holistic way, and not just applaud to the fact that everything is okay. We do have certain serious issues which require consistent endeavors and brave approaches. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Zakons, for very important remarks. I think that nobody who is here in the hall thinks that democracy does not face any issues here. We believe that democracy is not fully established in Armenia, and the struggle for democracy is regular. It's a process which has no end. I don't personally think that we ever have good authorities. Authorities usually have a restricting nature, and from that point of view, the work of the civil society organizations and media is of crucial importance, because they have this function of watchdog. Thank you very much.
Ketevan Abashidze. Ketevan is while talking to Ketevan, she asked me to introduce her this specific way, and I'm going to read the whole introduction text, because I think it's important, and the work of the Human Rights House in the region is super important. So Ketevan is a senior human rights officer at the Human Rights House Foundation, which is an international NGO headquartered in Oslo, with an office in Geneva and representations in Brussels and Tbilisi. It works in partnership with the local coalition of NGOs and human rights houses to advance the right to be a human rights defender and fundamental freedoms underpinning independent civil society. It operates in all countries of the South Caucasus, also Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, Western Balkans, and Norway. So in Armenia, Human Rights House Yerevan unites Women's Resource Center, Pink Armenia, Socioscope, Pen Armenia, Real World, Real People, Democracy Today, and the Sexual Assault Crisis Center, these organizations. I think the added value of Ketevan being in Armenia is the perspective from Georgia, because she knows the region, she can draw the parallels between our countries. Georgia was the first country in the South Caucasus that we can say chose the path of democracy, and I think it also paved the way for Armenia to go into this direction. And I think we should recognize this. This is super important, but we also recognize that currently the situation of democracy in Georgia is deteriorating, which creates dangers for Armenian democracy as well. So we're interested in your perspective, and you are welcome to provide your introductory remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Andrenik, for this introduction and for staying true what I sent to you. Thanks for that. 30 years have passed since the countries in Eastern Europe and South Caucasus have regained their independence. And as a famous Belarusian writer, Svetlana Alexievich, puts it, freedom did not turn out to be an instantaneous holiday that we all hoped for. It turned out to be rather a hard road. And I think particularly today, and coming from Georgia, I would say it feels like all the dark forces of the past have returned to really question everything that our societies have achieved. So how do we forge our way forward, and how do we push back to really reclaim the freedom and dignity that our societies have fought for over the past 30 years? And surely the strong civil society and empowered human rights defender are key to the answer. The situation of human rights defenders is really a litmus test that really explains and shows the democratic progress of any given country. Today I will speak about only some of the trends, not all of them, affecting countries within the region where the network of Human Rights House operates. I will briefly touch upon Armenia, Georgia, pre-war Ukraine, and also Serbia. All of these are, as you might recognize, hybrid regimes within the classification of Freedom House under their nations in transit methodology. So, except of course the wars and occupation, and particularly the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the biggest threat in the region, in the hybrid state that I've outlined, is definitely the rise of far-right groups who have different structures and compositions and some intricacies, but they also have a lot in common. And that is the advocacy of misguided traditional values, violence, homophobia. They frequently, but not always, are linked to the Russian government, and they all attack and threaten human rights defenders, particularly women and minority rights defenders. Many commentators, and this is not our independent analysis here, have outlined that, for example, in Armenia, these groups might be linked to oligarchs or former government. In Georgia, the far-right groups are most likely linked to the Orthodox Church and definitely linked to the Russian government, and we see it very vividly, particularly now, as they propagate openly Kremlin propaganda. These groups in Georgia have become more and more visible. They run their own nationwide TV channel. They are registered as a political party, and their leadership operates with absolute impunity against human rights defenders in particular. These groups, these far-right groups, were behind 5 July 2021 violence in Tbilisi, where a homophobic mob really assaulted over 50 journalists, and one cameraman even died as a result of that. No one from the instigators has been punished to this day, though some implementers, up to 30 people, are now behind bars. When it comes to Ukraine, pre-war Ukraine, I should say, the far-right groups there were mostly linked to local oligarchs, to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and also to war veterans. In Serbia, we see that the far-right groups are nationalistic, and are frequently targeting human rights groups who work on understanding the past and the war crimes that have been committed in Serbia. Another issue that should be outlined are threats against specific human rights defenders and hate speech. Through our study, we've done a little study a few years ago, not actually a few years ago, it was last year. It feels like a long time ago. Everything before the war feels like a long time ago. We saw that in all countries of the region, protecting human rights is not safe. Human rights defenders face risks everywhere. And what was particularly alarming for us was that the risks against human rights defenders in hybrid countries like Georgia and Ukraine are on the rise. And also Armenia, of course. It was found that they're also on the rise, the threats that human rights defenders face. And there are specific groups of rights defenders who are under particular threat. These are women human rights defenders, LGBTQI rights defenders, anti-corruption and environmental activists, and also journalists and bloggers. You probably all remember the hate speech, the harassment, the threats against Mamikon Hovsepian, Lara Haronyan, Women's Resource Center Armenia, Sexual Assault Crisis Center, PINK. What is also another common characteristic between Georgia and Armenia is that women human rights defenders face special threats, such as sexual violence threats and threats targeted at their children. And also what unites these countries is the failure of the governments to protect human rights defenders against these threats and bring perpetrators to justice. The final issue I'd like to outline is strategic lawsuits against public participation, the so-called SLAPs, which are usually which is usually a civil or a criminal complaint or a lawsuit brought by a private individual, but can also be a government representative acting as a private individual against the work of journalists, activists, human rights defenders, and they're vexatious, and they aim at stopping the work or creating obstacles in legitimate and peaceful work of human rights defenders. You, of course, know better than me all the complaints that there have been against Lara Haronyan, again, against Sashik Sultanyan, the case that Artur has mentioned, because that is how his case formally began, right? By a formal complaint at the prosecutor's office against him. In Georgia, the SLAPs are really on the rise lately. Only 3 weeks ago, the chair of the head of the State Security Service won a defamation lawsuit against 2 opposition TV channels for his criticism, and also the member of the parliament from the ruling party, she won another defamation lawsuit against one of the civil society leaders who raised concerns about her alleged involvement in corrupt schemes during public procurement. When it comes to Serbia, investigative journalists face myriads and myriads of slaps, well, every month it seems lately, and also environmental activists and healthcare rights activists also usually are target of slaps, and they can be sued for defamation, for the expression that they use, or even for shouting slogans at public demonstrations. What are some of the solutions that we at Human Rights House Foundation and within the network try to work on? Of course, beyond documentation and advocacy and reminding states of their legal and political obligations, it is really a focus on building protection infrastructure for human rights defenders early on, also in hybrid countries, because we consider them to be at an early warning stage, and this infrastructure mechanisms for digital, physical, psychosocial security should be put in place early on. Our partners in Armenia are also focusing on that now, before it is too late. And another issue which is very important is the mobilization of communities and really creating synergies with what we call unusual suspects. Lawyers, psychologists, writers, journalists. In Georgia, Human Rights House Tbilisi, for example, who was also attacked on 5 July with a pyrotechnic device by these far-right groups, they found new partnerships with the journalists who have also suffered during the homophobic violence. Actually, thanks to PEN Armenia, we have supported Georgian writers to maintain a free and independent literary award in Georgia. We also try to cooperate with psychologists and lawyers within our region, who then, of course, work with human rights defenders and help them stay afloat and continue their work. I would like to finish with a little paraphrase from famous Malaysian human rights defender, Zainah Anwar, who said that, yes, we human rights defenders face many attacks, but we should use even this to open debates and conversations about issues that matter within our communities. And though, of course, the threats that we have all outlined today are numerous, we can only hope that instead of dividing people, they can be used for discussions, for soul-searching, and for further consolidation of democracy, rather than for splitting people. Thank you.
Very much. I encourage the audience to also participate in the discussion and to ask questions or maybe make remarks regarding the topics that we have discussed. So we have a raised hand. Can we? Okay, first, just a second for the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Arnold Blayan. I am the Foreign Affairs Secretary of the Rally for the Republic Party. I am also the head of the Armenian Center for Democracy and Security Issues. My question is addressed to Her Excellency, Madam Andrea Victorin. During the last panel, the previous panel, as we were discussing the police reforms, and which is applaudable, and Armenian citizens see the evidence of an effective reform of the police on a daily basis. But also what the public sees is police arrests, and then those suspects are being released by the court order, by the order of a judge. So, and that creates, and I think right now this is the most a needed question and the most important question, which is of utmost importance, to have a real judicial reform in Armenia. And as it has been raised by the Prime Minister himself at his introductory speech. So my question is, now we do constantly hear that there are some nuances that are observed as obstacles in regards to our constitution when it comes to a really cleansement of the judicial reform known as vetting. And I do believe the European Union has rich experience in tackling judicial reforms. And are there any kind of consultations between the government and the European Union to find ways to finally get rid of those judges who are not supposed to be there and who have nothing to do with their role that they are doomed to do? So, because one's democratic rights should be guaranteed by the judicial system, which is not the case right now. I'm not sure if my point was a question or was just a remark, but maybe it should have been addressed during the previous panel when Mr. Andreasyan was here. But I think it still relates to this panel's discussion as well. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yeah, you can reply. Can we keep it as short as possible, for like 2 minutes? Thank you.
I try my best. You see, we are supporting and we offer expertise where we are asked. We had, and Christina in her former position was part of this panel discussion when we took, for example, the example with what we did in Ukraine, and there were judges who were the advisors. What I would say first of all, let's be realistic. Also, I like the word integrity check, vetting. Also, we are not very much, neither the Council of Europe nor we are totally convinced that this is the right way. Integrity check, yes. Secondly, you have to see it is a long procedure. Sorry to disappoint you. And I can understand, I could not say I want to get rid of a number of judges. It has to be a clear, transparent process. So what we do, we started with the first court where these integrity checks took place. We are behind, we advise. Whenever we are asked, we would do more, but nevertheless, it is not simply, also you have to see, it has to be a procedure. If you would just kick out judges, you still have no independent judiciary. So you have to stick to rules. That's the problem.
So much. We have another question.
Շնորհակալություն, Մուշեղ Հովսեփյան,
Thank you, Moshe Hosepian, from Organization of Agenda of Persons with Disabilities. Democracy and human rights situation is often assessed by excluding the evaluation of the situation of the rights of persons with disabilities. And but when we also consider the issues of persons with disabilities, we see that the progress is not great. They are either almost absent or they are very little. It's just to imagine the tragic nature of the situation. I will tell you that people with auditory issues, they are in total information blockade because information is not accessible to them at all. The issue of people with mental issues, they are deprived of their freedom, they are kept in mental institutions against their will, and many of them are recognized dysfunctional, and it means that they are deprived of all their civil rights, including their right to vote. So currently there are people in Armenia who are deprived of their right to vote, and I guess there have been no actions in this regard. And it is also very important to consider the positive changes. In 2020, the law 21, the law on the rights of persons with disabilities was adopted, but we should also consider how sustainably these developments are taking place. And the government of Armenia adopted a decision when it was prohibited for orphans to get the certificates of procurement of apartments. So orphans with disabilities have been deprived of the right to get the apartments, while other orphans do enjoy this right. As a negative change, I would also like to mention that the government in 2019 the government also initiated this voluntary protocol, ratified the voluntary protocol on children's rights convention. The Children's Rights Convention was protocol was ratified, while the one for the persons with disabilities was called back without any explanation why it was called back, because it actually had this mechanism of appeal for persons with disabilities or organizations protecting their rights, and we would definitely use that mechanism, and that's the main gap that exists in the sector, that the amendments that are taking place are not sustainable and exclude persons with disabilities. And there's a question I would like to ask you the following. How can we efficiently promote sustainable independent changes that will be free from the discretionary approach of the public officials? Thank you so much.
Is there a speaker this is addressed to? Okay, whoever likes to speak. Thank you. I have to say that back in the time we have had several discussions on this issue several times, but mainly about the independent life of disabled people in order to create appropriate conditions for them. And with regard to the ratification of the children's rights protocols, we had an explanation on the part of disability, and they asked for 1 year of time to promote this agenda from the social ministry. But you are right. I have to agree with you that we have to achieve that the democratic processes are very susceptible to risks. So we need very often we have we have discussions for long years and we adopt laws, but we see that they are not sufficient and we cannot rest, we cannot be satisfied because this law establishes the principles and we need to form principles, mechanisms, the normative acts and decisions of the government, but also physical environment and also public discourse environment so that to respect these principles. We have a lot of things to change in our heads, in our minds, and in our education, because very often all these issues, besides all these issues, we in the Human Rights Defender's Office, we see a targeted and victimization, double victimization of disabled people, and we need to address these issues in our education. And during these meetings with children of different ages, I always ask, how do you feel when your classmates, when you see disabled children as a result of inclusive reforms? And I have seen fears among the elders, among the grown-ups, and the children are more excited to help their classmates. But I think that the government has a lot to do here to train the teachers, to create the environment, and also each of us has something to do here. We had an call that from a school that there was a parents group that were considering to take their children out of the school because of this inclusiveness, and we have to address this by all. Everyone has to address it. Thank you.
As we work together a lot with civil society organizations which support the right of people with disabilities. To have a comprehensive approach, I think it is necessary that it gets in all the priorities of the government a higher priority. I would also advise, because this is really there, we are very closely working with UN agencies. Also you have to see UNFPA, UNICEF, with them we are really doing different things, and they are also pressure groups, so they will also support you. I agree, it is a long process. We have to have a change in minds, yeah? That's the main thing, and I can tell you it is not a comfort, but I can tell you also in our countries, this is sometimes still a problem. For example, in Germany, we want to have inclusive education. You have parents who complain, in the class of my kid is a kid with disability, and this is a problem. So where I think this should not be possible. So it is a question of change of policy, strategic approach, so this needs to be done through the ministry, and awareness raising. And there I think the UN and EU stand together really to take this as a target up.
Much. Do we have any remarks or questions from the audience?
I heard from several speakers that there are some groups which are fighting against democracy, and we stated this, but we didn't say how we should protect democracy. Are there any weapons, are there any tools to employ to fight against those groups which are fighting against democracy? Are there any such tools? Yes, but
this is very important, and this is something that I've been thinking about too. Justice and this component of justice for a very long time have been part of the activist movements in the country, and I think it has also included the class struggle. For example, when we look at the 100 Drums movements in Armenia or the Electric Yerevan, But what we see, and because the power rested on exploitation of the citizens, so how dangerous are the movements that are happening in the streets of Armenia currently, and how we can institutionalize the democracy in the country so that we prevent this, the infiltration of human rights in the country? Thank you. So who wants to address the questions? Can we keep it, please, as short as possible?
Very shortly, very briefly, let me say it this way: not democratic tools, but not democratic methods, but democratic tools, because the democratic methods are different. Hate speech cannot be democratic, discrimination cannot be democratic, violence, threats, discourses of violence and threats and behavior of violence cannot be democratic. This means that in a democratic state, the social security, the interests of social security dictates several application of several tools. First, when there are violations, the perpetrators have to be singled out, and they need to receive an evaluation, and it doesn't matter whether it is a government official or other citizen, because everyone is equal in front of before the law, because it is the guarantee which doesn't allow to manipulate and to selectively choose the democratic methods, in case of which the anti-democratic forces try to attack the democratic institutions. So they are using the omissions to discard the democratic institutions. Second is to bring democratic values to the public discourse. So the authorities need to be transparent and accountable, and they shouldn't avoid speaking about the raised issues and provide ongoing and objective and accurate information. So this is the meaning of transparency of public authorities. I always say that due to war we have serious issues, but until now the circumstances of April war have not been published, and this has no justification, no explanation. And this hinders the 44-day war investigative council and the trust towards this council, this committee. When you don't publish, I'm speaking as an advocate of human rights. I cannot have an argument because I have to formulate my demand so that the public authorities are transparent and accountable, based on which I can counteract the anti-democratic forces. Otherwise, it is impossible. It makes no sense. So the tools are quite broad, but the method, the enforcement method or the legal method will bring the weakening of democracy, because democracy is the public opinion. It is the communication. Thank you.
Support what Artur has just said, and also just to mention that there is this notion of defensive democracy, which is threatened by basically exploitation of democracy, as we've heard today. And even not to go into these terms, democracy also has the mechanisms to answer to the rise of violent groups, as Artur also outlined, physical attack, threats of violence, which are very well documented and happen. They can be punished, and they should be punished. As of today, from today, in fact, we have a new recommendation at the Council of Europe about targeting and answering to the hate speech. And there is some hate speech which can be criminal when it instigates violence and when there is a serious threat. And of course, there is a delicate balance with freedom of expression. But still, physical assaults and violence are not freedom of expression. And one can argue whether such a TV channel, for example, from the Georgian example, or such a political party who really beats people and calls for such acts, exercises their freedom of expression. There is also, again, democracy should gear up and fight. We've heard today that it is not an instantaneous tour package or it's always a daily fight. There is also a movement in Europe, both at the Council of Europe and at the European Union level, to target these strategic lawsuits against public participation, where this phenomenon is recognized, where the courts will be equipped with the opportunity to recognize them, and once it's proven that it's potentially slaps, such vexatious lawsuit, then the burden of proof will be shifted to the claimant, the one who tried to disrupt the actions of democratic actors, who then has to prove that no, in fact, it was a real lawsuit. There is also costs that can be attributed to such vexatious lawsuit claimants, also damages and penalties. So in a way, it's recognizing the problem, consolidating around it, and not being afraid to use the mechanism that we already have. And I think particularly within this war context, when, well, again, coming from the Georgian perspective, it seems right now that everything is in danger. It's important to really use all the tools that we have, which are democratic, are based on rule of law, but we should be sober about these tools.
2 words, independent media, fact-checking, media literacy, and education. We need to start early to educate kids really how to behave in a public sphere, and that they do not learn from, let's say, the people who are using all this hate speech here. And there is a clear rule. We have now a new regulation which says everything what is offline, a crime, is a crime online. And I think this is something, and this has nothing to do with restriction of freedom of media or freedom of expression. There is a red line that should not be used.
Last question of this panel, please.
Anton Yevchenko, Helsinki Citizens Assembly. I would like to apologize that I am occupying a space which is which has arisen the professional anger in me. I want to address the question to Mr. Sakuns. Also, although some deputies have left the hall, the democracy of self-government authorities is one of the indicators of democracy for me. And during the last elections of self-governing bodies, we had a process where the governing party, the ruling party, lost in some communities and didn't have majority, and sometimes they could manipulate the results. They put aside their mandates, and both in court processes and out-of-court processes, they have appointed Mr. Davros Sapean, who was appointed leader of the community without having a majority. So it was per se a blackmail, political blackmail that was applied, and this was the most vulgar case. And the second one is the case of Vanadzor City, when the acting leader, Arkady Pelesyan, was also a member of the city of Council of Elders. And after before the change of the law, he couldn't even take the post of the acting acting leader. So I think this is a threat to democracy, and the democratic gaps are there, and there are some rooms to make democratic changes, and this creates a desire to manipulate the electoral results. not to make the impression that this was a agreed question to me. This is a sign of protection of labor rights. This is just a case, an instance, and this is an order. This was not an order to speak about this topic. So Vartina spoke about this in her speech. So we spoke about Vanadzor. We have made an announcement, which was a backstep of democratic values. Why? Because the legislative change or legislative manipulations to regulate the local democracy through legislative manipulations for individuals is the same as to be the restriction of not being elected more than twice, which is eliminated by some parties. And secondly, you appoint an acting leader, a person which has not received trust, a vote from the public, from the society. And moreover, where is, especially in case of Vanadzor, where is the criminal subculture? Where is the fight against criminal subculture? Where the issue is not that a person has been in prison or any other thing, but the issue is the perception of the public. How do you appoint such a person as a acting leader of the community? We have voiced this issue because the content of this is of message in terms of values. We attach importance to value, that this is a message that such people can also be appointed in public posts, which is incompatible. Oh, and moreover, in a local and community government level, the principle of democracy is that the source of power is the people. So you shouldn't make legislative manipulations to substitute, to replace the choice of people and to replace it with a person who was re-elected by the Council of Elders or through political agreements, and to replace the choice of people through these such processes. And after these elections of self-government bodies, these demands stay on the agenda, and we have demanded from the authority to change their attitude, to cancel this appointment and change the legislative regulations. Unfortunately, the deputies are not here. I'm sorry for extending my speech, but this is the reality. We take part in different platforms, in the anti-corruption prevention group, in judiciary system reforms group, in police reform groups, in the Constitutional Reform Council. But when it comes to this to the change of electoral code or to the politically sensitive issues, the information is absent, the response is absent, and the attention is absent. And this is one of the crucial principles of democracy that is to be heard, not for your voice to be neglected. So this is a value, this is a principle. And when you have a backstep and when you don't conform to these principles, the rallies are inevitable. So who am I posing a demand to? To the authorities, obviously, because they have to comply with the democratic values and mechanisms and approaches by being transparent and accountable. I'm sorry for extending my speech. All the head of police, all their salaries have been increased, and I'm sorry, for being irritated. You transferred your anger to me. Thank you, Mr. Sakuns. We are summing up our second panel with this. Please let us hear the last remark. Frankly speaking, I don't know whether who this question is addressed, whether it is a question or a concern. When we're speaking about the local democracy, I have encountered a similar situation as Mr. Antonivchenko voiced. Democracy doesn't happen overnight. It happens through the carriers of democracy, starting from the bottom, when the people realize their potential to fight for their rights, when they fight for some justice in their country, in their state, for an environment of justice, and only at that time can the democratic values be considered strong. But otherwise, speaking about democracy on the level of NGOs or on authorities, or speaking about it in Yerevan is not sufficient. Democracy has to be covered everywhere, and first of all from the community level. In the recent decade, we have had quite good examples in Armenia where the communities were fighting for their rights, so applying the democratic methods. So it was in response to the lack of mechanisms or bad legislative field or the non-enforcement of laws. And this was mainly in the form of environmental fight on the community level when the people fought for their rights. And in the recent period, we witness some projects, some legislative projects, which seem to restrict the local the opportunity of citizens to fight on the local level and the efficiency of their fight. And in this legal field, there are no legal mechanisms introduced in this regard. For example, the legislation on the land use, and there were some rallies against it, and they applied to the international organizations to support the civil organization, the civil society, including the EU office. And today I'm coming from another discussion, that's why I was late, and the mining strategy of Armenia was being discussed. And in that field, on the local level, the citizen was not given an opportunity to take part and mechanisms to take part in decision making, and it was proposed to create a mechanism in the country, in the community, where during public consultations, when citizens hinder the public consultations on this strategy, it should give rise to legal restrictions. So we have to attach importance to the mechanisms of local communities to fight. And here the international organizations have to attach importance to support in this issue, to support the civil society, and to be a fighting partner in this regard. And because the concerns have to be considered at the local level, from the bottom. Thank you. Your concerns will be considered by all the members of our panel, and we will close our panel with this. I thank all the guests who took part in this. I think it is very important to hold such constructive discussions in Armenia because for a long time we were deprived of this opportunity. There was no opportunity for the civil society organizations to take part in constructive discussions because the platform was filled with destructive discourses. We will have a coffee break for 15 minutes and then we will hold our third panel dedicated to media. I have to make a correction. Zomak came back from the revolution and opened a business in Zovak. I have to make a correction. Thank you.
One is very tired, but this discussion is very important. Let's just wait for 1 minute until everyone joins and we'll start the panel. I would like to welcome everyone again here. My name is Gayane Abrahamian. It's my honor to moderate this last panel discussion. It's a very important forum, and we should also express our gratitude to Freedom House as well as the Union of Informed Citizens NGO for organizing this event. Well, we would like to thank Freedom House for its decades of work, and it has been the check and balance of the media sector, and the media has transformed immensely, and Freedom House has had its important contribution in this endeavor. And using this occasion, I would like to thank the Freedom House for these activities. We will discuss the issues related to this fake news and media sector in Armenia. And they have really become a threat in Armenia. Media as such is one of the foundations of democracy, and one of the main roles of the media is to ensure oversight, to ensure accountability, and the use of accountability mechanisms towards the state, and especially in the last decade, the media has turned into polarized, politicized platform, which is a very serious issue, not only in Armenia, but all over the world. All around the world, we live in the so-called post-truth times, when fake news often have a larger impact on public consciousness and public perceptions than the real, true news, and particularly the investigative news. And I think that we should join efforts to fight against this situation, not only on the legislative level, and this discussion is also going to give justifications that the legislative level is not the most important level of fight against this phenomenon. We have the issue of protecting democracy from disinformation, from fake news, from false narratives. If in different respects, sometimes it is possible to struggle against fake news through fact-checking initiatives, fact-finding projects, but it is very difficult to fight against false narratives, and they have become, they present enormous risks to our society, especially in the recent years when the democracy has been put into fake contradiction to security. And as the head of the EU delegation mentioned, there is no security, there is no development without democracy. And this is one of the fundamental axioms that we should take as a baseline of our activities. I'm trying to talk as briefly as possible so that our panelists will have the opportunity to provide their
comments, I would like to introduce Mr. Sisak Gabrielian, chairperson of the Commission of Education, Sports, Culture, and Sport and Science of the Standing Committee of the National Assembly of Armenia, an MP of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia. He's a former journalist and has been one of the leaders of the development of the media field, and a number of draft laws had to be drafted, but they weren't. It's also I also have my share of blame. Very often we have been too slow with our initiatives, but recently some amendments have been adopted which are really problematic, and I think that we are going to address these issues today. I would like to single out one important issue. Recently, there is some consensus between the government and the CSOs that the relevant legislation has to be changed. And also the memorandum of understanding has been signed, and we are having this collaboration now. Hopefully we won't see the results too late. You're most welcome, Mr. Gabrielian. Thank you, Ms. Abrahamian. Well, I actually didn't understand which legislative amendments you mean. Maybe you could later tell me. And to spare your time, I actually share the assessments given by my colleagues, and this was a good occasion to actually meet people who I haven't been able to meet for months, and we actually had very fruitful discussions in the course of the event. As I can understand, we should talk about disinformation in this panel more, and to some extent I might say that disinformation is not only an Armenian issue, because during my business trips to different countries, when we talk about disinformation and media, they mostly talk about fake news in their countries. And I have to state with regret that almost all stakeholders say that they do not have a definitive solution or regulation for this issue. And many countries try to come up with certain regulations to fight against this issue. Personally, I divide this issue into two parts. I either call it objective, subjective, or disinformation and misinformation. Yes. So the deliberate disinformation is clear to all of us. I want to single out the opposition, the ruling power. When we look at it, we see from which side it is actually guided. And objectively, also the state agencies also have their share of blame, because in the state agencies we really face an issue of ensuring accessibility of providing information. Very often this information becomes disinformation because public agencies and officials are either not quick enough to respond or do not respond at all. And very often these gossips spread, and then they appear in the headlines of the news. And I do admit that both the government and the National Assembly have a lot to do in this regard. And as Ms. Abrahamian mentioned, recently the legislature, executive, and dozens of CSOs have signed a memorandum, and it consists in the fact that we actually are committed
to jointly discuss any amendment relevant to the media. And these three groups we have underlined 12 directions that we consider a priority. It's starting from financial accountability, disinformation, self-regulation, etc. And in the coming days, we are going to have our next meeting. And we are going to already. So the National Assembly will take a commitment on what directions it's going to work, the CSO on its part, the government on its part. And personally, in my opinion, I'm sure that the citizens approach you and say, you know, close this media outlet or that my media outlet. But in my personal opinion, the best method of fight against disinformation is information. If there is no information, disinformation thrives. And I am really very happy that different media outlets have started fact-checking activities, and yesterday I noticed an article in CivilNet. They also have a fact-checking platform, and they had actually done fact-checking about one of the statements of one of my partners, and I was really happy to see it, because it's a good indicator for me that people not only listen to the statement of a public official, but they also try to check the validity and authenticity of this statement. I think that the best way to fight disinformation is creating such platforms as much as possible. And as I have also mentioned, we should improve the communication of public agencies with the public. Maybe you will have further questions on this regard. But I will. I want to spare your time and leave more room for further questions.
Thank you. We will speak about concerns at the end, because I think our speakers will also address the question. Our next speaker is the Senior Advisor at OSCE Freedom of the Media Office, Mrs. Bettina Ruges. Ms. Bettina Ruges, during the last 5 years, the EU and other different EU member countries have been fighting against disinformation with stricter methods in terms of restriction. This is a thing which we avoid in Armenia, or myself or my colleagues as civil society representatives. We will criticize if the government adopts such an approach of restrictions, especially in terms of supervision, oversight of content. This is something that, anyhow, nevertheless, there is no well-established democratic institutions in Armenia, which are mainly the judiciary system and the law enforcement bodies can create problems. So I would like you to present the best practices best international practices which are well established against the disinformation, which can be applicable in Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I don't know whether I really can. Present very good and very best practices, because also in Europe it's a difficult situation. And I start with saying that I'm very happy to be here, because it was actually here in Armenia when I was still project manager for the Deutsche Welle Academy that Armenian colleagues like Nune and others really told me about the complexity of disinformation and how complex it is, and what all we have to consider. And now I'm a senior advisor to the representative on freedom of the media. she unfortunately could not come because she has to deliver a report, and it's also worth mentioning that her mandate is 25 years since the mandate of the representative was established. And 25 years ago, there was a completely different picture of the media and eco-environment. We had a newspaper once a day, and we had TV news in the evening, and we had radio. And if you compare it to today, while I'm speaking every second, there is 10,000 tweets, 10,000 tweets shared. And among this, we don't know how much disinformation and misinformation and fake news these tweets that actually now are shared contain, but we know it is very fast. And one reason why it also can very fast, it's of course we have this technology development, and we also know it is far more cheaper to spread disinformation. If we compare a disinformation campaign for 1 year can be bought for $400,000 per year. If you compare it to quality journalism, if I speak of the German public service broadcaster ZDF, who has a budget, who needs $100 million just for producing news programs per year. So this is all, and of course you don't need a license for spreading disinformation, you can do it like this. So one really can speak of an disinformation black market that is spreading and flourishing, and we understand that this is also, it is cheap and easy to mimic professional-looking journalist websites, and they also influence public opinion, and also what they do, they undermine trust in quality media. And for 50,000 euros, for instance, you can buy a discrediting campaign for a journalist who actually is providing factual and good news. And then, of course, there's also the security issue, as the COVID situation showed. We don't know, due to disinformation, how many lives have been lost due to disinformation. I can also give examples from Europe when people still would believe that the cure against horse disease is better than a vaccine, would walk still on the streets in Vienna every weekend. But I can see already from Europe there, I think it must have been thousands of people who just, by believing more in disinformation, have suffered from this. And then we also can observe that authoritarian governments and populists like to undermine trust in democratic institutions and also in the value of international cooperation. And the methods are the same. So they declare that their doubtful news are the true ones, or their alternative facts, and then they claim that facts presented by journalists servicing the public is actually fake. And all this disinformation, of course, decreases confidence in public institutions, in journalism, and also in relationships between states. And so all in all, we observe a steady decline in media freedom in the OSCE region, although we have heard that Armenia made progress, but the general situation is it is countries where you would expect it is better, it's declining, and this goes hand in hand with other pressures on media. So yes, there are defamation lawsuits. We heard all this. There are slap cases, and for example, There's also physical attacks and psychological attacks on journalists. This is also on disinformation. And I heard also this afternoon that this, of course, also attacks, concerns a lot female journalists who have already, will also hear it. And this is also happening, as you said, it's happening in Germany during protests. Journalists from public service broadcasters, they have now to go with bodyguards to certain demonstrations because they have to be attacked. And this again raises the cost, of course, for production. So this is what is the solution? Yeah, as I said, I don't think that there is still one good method to say. And we observe there is this tendency to do some wholesale banning on blocking of sources of alleged disinformation. And maybe you also have heard that the European Union had a sanction and in the sanction packages has blocked and banned Sputnik and Russia Today, which also had a lot of criticism inside the European Union, because this all may have a chilling effect on public discussion and lower the trust also in society, because one is also asking, so is this now a standard? And how will you if you once started it, will you apply to others? And also, we could also see that there's enough, we are technologically advanced to circumvent these measures. So it doesn't mean if you block a TV station or if you block a website that it's gone. It just goes to other channels, and people who want to follow want to get this information, they will just still get the information. And yes, the OSCE has principles and follows the international established practices that blocking and banning can be applied in exceptional circumstances, and these are then spelled out in Articles 19 and 20 of the ICCPR. But it's really important that when fighting disinformation, that one strikes a balance between also freedom of speech and free flow of information and access to information. And there is also this concern that this, if you prohibit it, that you also this might be applied to journalists maybe who present inconvenient facts that are not heard, but maybe that are due listening. And overall, it still has to be seen whether this helps in raising trust in media and trust in public institutions and in professional media. And then the best antidote, one of the best, is probably in engaging in independent, diverse quality journalism, which is of course, if you have enough in this sea and in the sea of disinformation, you can counterbalance with quality information. This is regarded as one of the most helpful tools, and this is why we need more media freedom and not less. But for this, of course, you have to have a set of practices and standards in practice. This is then funding system. And sustainable business models for media, which are still complicated also in Europe. And also in Europe, public service broadcasters are always threatened that their budgets are cut, although we see there's a more demand for news. Then, of course, you have also to engage in fact-checking. which is also another burden on journalists to do, and it's extra work. Then one also has to see to work on quality journalism education, which also one has to revise, has to think what is the principles of journalism and the tools that have been established 30 years ago when it was important to be quick. Is this still the best thing when you can see that you will never probably be quicker than internet? Is there maybe some other areas to follow? And then, of course, quality media must be protected by law and supported must be supported and with all means and from all sides. Media self-regulation is important, and one can see that in countries with free media and a free media system, they can also spare the government from interference in this if the media can do it. But again, one also has to take into consideration that media companies and maybe social media companies might not have the interest. It is not in their interest to protect human rights, especially rights of freedom of expression, but rather they need to stay in business and to promote everything. And as it was mentioned 100 times here, and then I can also only confirm it, media literacy is of course very important, but it takes time. It takes time, and it's probably the most resource intensive. You have to go to schools, and of course many people are also saying now that you have to do something on adult education, because when you now see who's vulnerable to disinformation, it is rather groups that are old and nobody knows how really to reach them. But yes, and it takes a lot of effort and cooperation. And what does the representative on media and freedom of the media in this regards? Many things. So there is, she has tools, and every representative decides on her personality, on her own consideration, what to do. They can, if there is blunt violations, she can make interventions. She can address certain issues she observes in a country, like in Armenia, also to authorities in a letter and requesting information, and also giving her comment what she thinks. She can also go in severe cases. She can go public and make this announcement. The current RFM, Teresa Ribeiro, visited Armenia in March, and she also had the opportunity to discuss various issues with authorities, and there is still an ongoing exchange. The RFOM also provides legal assistance if it is requested, and it was also done for Armenia. And in addition to that, the RFOM has launched a project on media information literacy, which will assist participating states with concrete guidance and recommendations on on media literacy strategies that can also become part of the agenda. And we have a series of expert roundtables. They are focusing on disinformation. This is already what we started last year, and it's various topics. We have also one on, we have also some on self-regulation. We are hoping, we are going to have one on public service media, and maybe hopefully also with the participation from Armenian side. So this is what the RFM can do. She can, the office can provide a platform for international learning and also for comparison among the 57 states. So to all 57 states, they provide guidance and also a place, a platform for exchange in this field, because yes, you are not alone with this, and I think everybody can say you are not alone with this, and I think everybody is very much struggling, but I think with joint efforts and to see and also to learning from each other's best practices, and also learning what is the international standard and what is not to harm other, and not to, at the end, not to limit freedom of expression and build trust in the public. This is very important then for this exchange. So, and with this, I will conclude and thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Ms. Regis. Two important remarks were made by you, which I would like to particularly address. The fact that disinformation and spread of fake news and false narratives has a major impact and disrupts democratic institutions and the integrity of democratic institutions. And this really should become an important tendency that, to address these issues. And the second remark that I would like to particularly address is that media, and particularly audiovisual and broadcast media, which are also businesses, they won't really be happy with restrictions. And we should specifically mention that freedom of speech is not a totally unrestricted and right. So it is restricted by the Armenian legislation and 10th article of the Convention, European Convention, that it can be restricted, of course, based on law. So it's not an absolute right. So it was very important that Ms. Regis particularly emphasized that quality media should be protected by law, and the public interest of getting real information should be protected by law. Mr. Hakopian, head of the Commission on Television and Radio, has been fighting in this sphere for a long time, trying to ensure that at least the media that are under the regulation of the head of the Commission on Television and Radio could be regulated in some way. Of course, it's not these attempts are not always a success, but let's try to discuss which is the limit and what restrictions can we impose which will not disrupt the freedom of speech, but will also will not disrupt the public interest. You're most welcome, Mr. Hakopian. Thank you very much. I have heard very interesting opinions. I agree with many of them. I'll just have a small comment. Maybe you will not agree with me. When we talked about disinformation and hate speech, different speakers repeated several times that it disrupts, that it is against this, democracy, that it is against democratic values, that it puts under risk democracy. I would actually view it in more globally. Democracy is about a state model for a more prosperous society, and it actually puts into risk our value system, our fundamental value system, irrespective of whether it is a democratic country or an authoritarian country. So it actually disrupts the social fabric, and it does not allow people to work together and advance their country. So it's not only a challenge to democracy, we shouldn't narrow it down. So disinformation is a more global challenge, and we shouldn't undermine its role, because if it will result that if we did not have democratic system, then disinformation would be okay. So it's not the case, right? So now I will go to, I don't want to go off the topic. A few days ago, I came back from the annual meeting in Antwerp of the meeting of European regulating bodies. We hadn't gathered for 2 years because of COVID, and we had really very good meetings for 2 years. And one of the important topics was hate speech and disinformation. But well, there's a very interesting thing. When they were talking about means of overcoming it, means of regulation, it was mostly they talked about hate speech that is present or disinformation that is in the social media or generally in the internet. And when I was asking, very often you forget to mention about broadcast media, that is the audiovisual service providers who have licenses and broadcast on digital multiplexes or broadcast on cable TV. They actually said that these issues are already solved there and it's brought to the minimum. When they talk about media, about the risks, they mostly talk about the new media, because in the old media, I mean the classical media, the TV, or the radio, which was in our cable networks and public multiplex. So whatever happens in some of our TVs, the vocabulary used, the manipulative statements, they are already impossible in Europe. So they have already advanced to working in the internet, because it is solved in the TVs. So one of our major issues is at least because the internet is very difficult to regulate, at least we can solve these issues in this area. So I actually mentioned 4 main issues which need urgent addressing. One is the regulation mechanisms. I mean, the substantive restrictions that have already been in place in Europe for a few years, because in Armenia, unfortunately, we always, we say media freedom is restricted to some extent by the constitution, by the law, etc. But that's only the second part. But we have actually taught the society that there is freedom of speech, which is sacred, and it does not need any intervention. And in this respect, we should, in the first place, introduce regulation mechanisms. And here I would like to remind you that 2 years ago, when the law on audiovisual media was being adopted, the Commission provided certain recommendations. Of course, it was not a panacea, it did not solve the issues, but it would actually reduce both disinformation and manipulations and hate speech. But actually, interestingly, none of our suggestions were approved. And I don't know at which level it was actually removed and discarded. I will bring a few examples, and you can just answer for yourselves whether it's a restriction of freedom of speech or not. Because they always said that it's restricting the freedom of speech. That's why we do not accept it. Well, we suggested the following restrictions that when there is concrete, so you have to have certain relation between the image and the text. Yes, so you shouldn't show an image which does not have to do anything with the text. So that's an obvious manipulation that is used by the media. And if this restriction was adopted, would it be a risk for freedom of speech? What do you think? And for instance, and the text, the relevance of the text. Yes, for instance, in the current situation, very often people see the headline and do not see the substance. So the headline does not have to do anything with the substance. This was another restriction we wanted to ensure. And as for events, Very often they are edited and presented to the TV and radio audience. And the discussions of public interest should ensure unbiased nature of the opinions and also provision of opposing ideas. And if an opponent refuses to come, it does not relieve this TV from providing opposing views. Yes, for instance, the TV host can say, you know, there is also an alternative view. What do you think about it? So that's what we actually suggested. And there was another restriction that we suggested, that TV hosts should provide the political affiliation of the people who provide certain opinions. For instance, a person comes and says that, you know, we are from the Canine Protection Committee, but we know that they are politically affiliated people. So it was a 4-page document, but they just reduced it to half a page. I don't know who's responsible for that, but we don't know. But Mr. Gabrielian actually said, you tell me what you are discontent with. Actually, the Commission is discontent with such refusals. So this referred to regulations, because if we do not have regulations, the self-regulations will lose their efficiency. We will first of all we want to have regulations and then self-regulation. Second issue is all audiovisual flows should be subject to regulation, those that look TV-like, yes? So, for instance, internet TVs. 90% of internet TVs are not TVs, they are just propaganda machines of different political parties. And they obviously illegally work obviously illegally, and you know, very often experts say don't touch the internet, but very often the internet has a more impact than the traditional classical media. And very often, because they do not regulate the internet and the TV face unequal competition between each other. So internet media can do whatever they want. They are financed by some shadow funds, and they actually pollute the whole information field here. In Europe, they have that experience. I don't even want to refer to Europe, because countries with different political models, Russia, China, Japan, anyhow, they have started to have at least minimal regulations of the internet. And third important issue refers to we basically talk about disinformation by our broadcasters, physical persons, legal persons, etc. But what if that disinformation is disseminated by foreign broadcasters? We can actually regulate it locally by our laws, by the Commission. What shall we do with foreign actors? Open the Telegram channels. They are full of disinformation, both in Russian and English, Chinese, and even Armenian language. If you open the public multiplex, there are foreign broadcasters, and they provide a distorted image of the world, and it's very difficult to fight against it. Let's take the cable networks. And the Armenian TVs constitute 17%. The rest are foreign actors. And you know, outside, you know that there are, even in democratic countries, there are very strict regulations. So the foreign broadcasters who do propaganda, they are blocked. But we do not have regulations here in Armenia. And as for the fourth issue is the self-regulation. Self-regulation mechanism sounds very good. It's very important. It reduces the intervention of the state, but it doesn't work in Armenia. Before self-regulation, we have to learn to regulate, and then allow the media to self-regulate. we don't, leave self-regulation up to the drivers, right? The drivers do not actually gather and say, you know, I did a violation. There is a police. There is the police which holds them accountable. The same should be done in our sector. And the opposition and the ruling power, they will sometimes find common language, they will fight against each other, and it actually impacts our in-depth value system. It actually distorts our ideas of the world. And I think that these issues need urgent addressing. We can have theoretical talks about democracy, how good democracy and freedom of speech are, but in such crisis situations that have been accompanying Armenia for already the third year, it's the COVID-19, you can't imagine how much disinformation there was about COVID-19 in Armenia. Have we ever counted on how many deaths have been caused by disinformation because the madmen were allowed to talk stupid things about the COVID-19, that COVID-19 does not exist, that it's done by conspiracy theories, etc. So we actually appealed to the prosecutor's office and said there are certain basis, grounds for initiating a criminal case, but we were rejected. Is it democracy? No, I think this is anarchism. And as for the war, the pre-election campaign, which was the dirtiest one in the whole history of Armenia, we actually continue to talk about it all the time, but hate speech continues to grow while we talk here. We need very specific steps and in very short period. I'm sorry for such a sad registration of things. Thank you, Mr. Hagopian.
Thank you, Mr. Hagopian, for raising such important issues and from such a perspective which also gives rise to discussions. And I'm glad that our next speaker is Ms. Nunes Sargsyan from Media Initiative Center, the founder who has been in the media field and the pioneer of the development of media field. And I would like to her to address these issues. The question: where is the border? Where is the limit of protecting democracy from these attacks, and not only in terms of the disinformation, but also false narratives, spread of false narratives, which are more deeply distorting the public perceptions in general, and also where is the limit, where is the border of protection of right to speech, right of expression. It is not only by laws that the solutions may be provided, but the mentality has to change. But before achieving the change of mentality, maybe we need strict restrictions to contribute to this change in mentality. These are discussions which have to be discussed extensively, but maybe we need faster solutions, please.
Yes, it's maybe symbolic that I am here today with my old friend and opponent, Mr. Tigran Hagopian, because our debate is endless, but I think it actually brings to constructive conclusions, and I really hope that at some point we will come to certain solutions, especially in case of audiovisual media. My colleagues during the whole course of day, they said a lot of important things, because media has a big role at different levels of democracy, and people attached a lot of importance to it. People are convinced that they can be media people, but in this digital era, maybe that's the case. Maybe people very often can become media people. Both social figures, political figures, students, they can become media people. And We have been using this claim for years, but I will now go back to disinformation because in some cases, when of course I'm an oppositionary, but I'm more for softer approaches because I maybe believe in realistic approaches. When we talk about disinformation, well, knowing the history to a certain extent, and irrespective of the fact which country it is, which geopolitical area it is, we know that disinformation has always been part of the human civilization. We can bring the example of Daniel Defoe. According to legends, he was mainly publishing fake information in his media, and it has become a way to have political influence, to earn money. And of course, we do not evade this realization, and Armenia can also be cannot stay out of it, and including the all the post-Soviet countries which have very rich cultures, traditions of disinformation. So the whole Soviet information field, of course, not 100%. There were some good journalists, some positive cases, but as an overall concept, it was based on disinformation, not necessarily fake news, but different methods of disinformation by using different tools. Do we suffer from the illusion that these 30 years, which have been very contradictory for the Armenian history and including for the history of the media, have we been able to break these traditions? So have we been able to break the approaches of the political institutions, state institutions, and on the other hand, the expectations of the society? Of course not. Naturally, we live in a field of immense disinformation, taking into account that disinformation intensifies when we witness different kind of clashes and conflicts. And in these 30 years, these conflicts and clashes have been endless in terms of elections, in terms of wars, internal political clashes in the country, to some extent cultural clashes. And very often we had certain clashes with our country, not necessarily physically as wars, but information wars. And of course, it gives rise to disinformation. How to, well, and I also wanted to add one thing. I'm not going to say a new thing. I don't think that there is one person in the whole that thinks that our concern is not related to the living in a digital era, because disinformation is not only now created by leaders, but any person. So any person can spread disinformation in the 21st century. And of course, the risks are exacerbated based on this circumstance. And here we can also talk both about political influences and certain ambitions of the individual to become newsmakers, yes, so-called newsmakers. Of course, we are mostly under political disinformation. Well, if we try to draw parallels between disinformation and COVID, this word infodemics resonated with me, and I would like to come back to this concept infodemics. What is happening to us is infodemics. We have a virus which is everywhere and is an integral part of our information field. And in order to continue, I would like to say, do we need a vaccination or do we need treatment? So what a vaccine is for me is the laws. What is treatment are the values. The treatment are the values. And to decide whether through laws we can try to restrict or stop disinformation. In my opinion, not fully, not completely. Of course, to some extent, we might take certain constructive steps, but to have total influence on it, it is impossible. As an example, I would like to mention the steps that the state institutions tried to implement. Maybe they had did it for a good purpose. And they did it both during the COVID-19 and during the war, but we saw that all this disinformation and media this concealing of the information did not affect our society positively, and it was actually done by all the media resources, concealing information during the war. And they were actually part of they might be victims to restrictions, or they might be participants in propaganda. And I agree with Mr. Gabrielian on how we should fight against disinformation. Of course, we should do it through information. So what do we understand under this sentence? It is also a matter of discussion, but there are different means of ways of communication, and there are certain means of communication that are absent among different sectors of the society. We can call it a gap, communication gap, or communication conflicts. This might be both political, or it might be a clash between the society and the state, the ruling power, or the opposition or the ruling power, or within the society or within the media. And that's the most painful thing for me, taking into account my professional activity of dozens of years. And so I have never seen such internal intolerance within the media field in all my life. The media actually initiate criminal court cases against each other. And I had never witnessed such a sad situation in my professional activity. I think many of my colleagues share my concerns. Well, what's the way out for me? It might be difficult and it might take a long time, but I think that general education, overall education, and I think that education is in crisis in our country. And if we are not able to regulate issues with regard to education, it would be naive to think that we would solve the issues regarding disinformation. And coming back to COVID and the infodemic, people very often forget about scientific developments, centuries-old scientific developments. They just tried to believe in strange advice, strange opinions. And I can bring in numerous examples, but I want to spare your time. And media literacy is an important component of this endeavor. So Media Initiative Center has been dealing with media literacy projects for years, but it cannot be just part of non-formal education. It should be actually part of the education system in the country, and I'm very happy that the Ministry of Education is finally trying to implement certain project try to introduce certain media literacy schools, but this is done very slowly, and digital transformations and developments are much more rapid. We should modernize the sector. The last thing is about fact-checking platforms and fact-checking as a phenomenon. You know that very often we also, we also do fact-checking, and FIPAM, fact investigation platform, also had CivilNet do fact-checking. And this has actually become a separate genre. And we really now, thankfully, have a separate genre, separate direction in the media, the fact-checking direction. But we forget that it is actually an essential part of media. We should not publish anything without checking. We don't like to bring the example of BBC, but I remember that my BBC partners were actually telling that during the recent revolutionary movements in Iran, the recent years, unless they checked information from 4 sources on what happened, they would never publish it unless they checked it from 4 sources. That's a very small example, but I do realize that it is very strongly linked to the resources the media possess, the scarcity of resources, scarcity of human resources, lack of knowledge circulation, lack of time that the media have. And because of this overloadedness of the media and the editors and the journalists, we have this situation. Of course, these are serious issues that need to be addressed because they lead to the economic situation in the country, etc. And maybe I would like to already stop here. And if you have any further questions, I will later respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Media literacy is one of the fundamental remedies, but it is a long-term solution which will not give outcomes in the short term. I'm sorry for making a change in the format of our discussion because Mr. Gabrielian has to leave early, but nevertheless I would like to go back to my initial claim that there have been problematic changes in the law, and I would like to address that so that there is no miscommunication. I am speaking about the criminalization of severe insults, and if there is a consensus among the civil society organizations that this is problematic. Freedom House also holds this approach, and mainly there is a problem with the legal clearness, certainty of this law, and it has no impact on the prevention of spread of false information, and I think that after the law came into effect, there has been 800 criminal cases, which I think is problematic, and I think we should look for other solutions, maybe again restrictive, but not criminalizing, and not at least the law enforcement system that we have at the moment is going to have serious consequences. Thank you. If you allow me, I will be brief. I have been here. I was one of the first people who has been here. You mentioned Freedom House. For me personally, it will be interesting to hear from the representatives of the Freedom House. When you criticize this law, please bring the examples of 3 countries besides Germany and other countries. I can say that there are the same formulations, and I am interested. I wonder how this is problematic in Armenia, but in many European countries, the severe insults are criminalized. If you convince me of the opposite, I will work on that direction, and we will see how we can change it, because I have been in a part of the discussions of the law. I mentioned Germany and France, where the severe insults are criminalized. I think there are I mentioned that many European regulations cannot be applicable to Armenia, considering the Armenian enforcement practice and the serious I agree with Mr. Sakuns when he says that there is no Armenian democracy. There is democracy, if there is, but we have to clearly understand that democracy in Armenia is not well established, and democratic institutions are not well established in Armenia. But when someone criticizes me, I read the reports and I want to understand what the cause is, what is the reason that, for example, in Germany, severe insults are restricted and criminalized, but in Armenia they have to be decriminalized. Mark?
This.
I don't want to hear now, but I am interested in general. I'm aware that there are some countries where severe insults are criminalized, and that's why Ms. Sargsyan would like to respond, Mr. Melikan and Mark, if you would like to comment. Very briefly, I don't want to speak extensively because this has been discussed extensively. I would like to address the minutes, the memorandum that Mr. Gabrielian said. I'm glad that we have achieved a signature of such a document, but I want to state that from my perspective, this is a consensus about consensus. So we are trying to come to a platform where we can discuss certain developments, and what we're talking now are the problems related to some laws have been part of our discussions, and this field of discussions in recent years has been narrowed, even if not to say they are absent. And the purpose of discussions is to not adopt any single law, to exclude a law without understanding what kind of media field we are going to have and where we are headed. This much. Thank you. I would like to comment on the issue of severe insults and defamation. I would like to familiarize with the German legislation, but there are some issues with the law. First of all, it is not defined what severe insult is, and the law enforcement bodies are deprived. Who says that it is not defined? I understand. I remember very well what severe insult is, how it is defined. What do you mean should be defined? It is clearly stated, and it is not only my opinion. It is in conformity with the Constitution. So it says that insult is a curse of sexual nature. If there is a person who doesn't know what sexual nature is, I will not believe it. We all know what it is, but we don't express it. So what else should there be that is not there? According to OSCE norms and standards, Armenia has international commitments, and I think that the OSCE representative will confirm that it doesn't derive of the Armenian commitments, or the law enforcement practice of the judiciary also states in many norms that the laws that give additional security to public officials do not derive from the European Human Rights Court. Because when you assume a post, it implies that you have to be subject to severe criticism, and this severe criticism, but you're interpreting it wrongly. Ms. Abramian, out of 800 cases Ms. Abramian mentioned, only 20 were addressed to public officials, and the 700 are addressed to citizens. It is not for the, but the decisions, what about the decisions of the courts? 650 were addressed to citizens, not public officials. I think when we regularly speak about the laws that need to be discussed with the CSOs, it implies that they need to mutually listen to each other, and both local and international organizations have called for canceling the law. Because almost everybody thinks that it doesn't derive from the commitments of Armenia, international commitments. You don't admit that the law is problematic. Yesterday we spoke with our colleagues and from the Ministry of Justice, and they assured that after the new criminal code comes into force, it will not be supplemented with this provision. And we hope that the National Assembly will hear the criticism of our local organizations and international organizations and the memorandum that was, and you will follow the memorandum that was signed. It is not me who says it. When we say democratic Armenia, I mean also the role of the Constitutional Court. I'm saying that the Constitutional Court has stated very recently that it is in coherence with the Constitution, and there is no fundamental rights violation in this provision. And the chief prosecutor has also mentioned that including this provision was temporary, because we had come to a situation where curses were very widely applied, and it was a public risk, a public threat, and the state can punish the public threats by criminalizing them. And the prosecutor also mentioned that in 2 years, maybe let's objectively view this in the rallies, and the curses of sexual nature have disappeared. Maybe in 2 years or 3 years, when when everything is calmer, is quiet, we can start debating around ideas. And obviously, this provision will disappear, will be cancelled, as many norms in the criminal code have been cancelled because they don't pose a public threat. Not to disturb the format of the forum, let's give the floor to Mr. Melikan and give him an opportunity not to be late of your next commitment. Of course, I don't want to take much time from Mr. Gabrielian, but I would like to mention that when you're preparing the bills, it would be great to first send it to international organizations for their expertise, and after that adopt the law, and not do it vice versa. Yes, adopt the law and then get some criticism for and opinion from the Freedom House, the Council of Europe, about their conformity to international standards. And talking about this notorious law, I have to mention that there is a provision that if it was sent to the Council of Europe, that would definitely get a negative opinion and conclusion from the Council of Europe. It's that the state officials, political figures, that are subjected to insult and curse, they are actually basically more protected based on their activity. The punishment is stricter than in case of ordinary citizens. If you remember the law in detail, then you will agree with me that there is such a provision. And I think that in order
we signed this memorandum in order to make these relevant corrections. And your team members were telling us, you know, Armenia is not Sweden, that we should ban anonymous, using the possibility of anonymous sources. But when it came to the went to the Council of Europe, they said no. Let them use the sources, but take the liability on themselves. That's what we actually suggested from the beginning to you. But it took 1 year so that we could achieve it. I think that such debates and discussions will not happen if the three parties conform to the requirements of the memorandum. There is another remark. I don't want to restrict anyone's speech, so I will just give you the floor to you as well. I'm a referent to the Deputy Prime Minister. When I worked in the Human Rights Defender's Office, when it came to our office for our opinion, I was actually the one who participated in providing an opinion on this draft. We should actually mention that no international organization had any recommendation on criminalization of the insult. We actually had a protocol that refers to defamation, to the criminalization of defamation, that is criminalizing it, but not arresting a person. So we can... criminalization of insult and defamation can take place, but there cannot be arrest for defamation. And so the Constitutional Court recently has published its ruling on this matter. Thank you very much. Mr. Gabrielian, thank you very much for the participation. I hope that our cooperation with international partners is going to be continuous and our memorandum will be adhered to. Sorry that we started a bit late. And Mr. Karapetyan, I would like to give the floor to you.
Please, you are mostly welcome. And I think that we will address this discussion again, but now you are representing the fact investigation platform, and in this regard, you are doing crucial work. But we have to highlight that in general, in all over the world, many research, many studies have shown and recorded that fake news at least are spread 10 times faster and have a bigger impact than refuting them and clarifying them. And in this case, what tools are there to employ for fact-checking? Mr. Gabrielian also said that here the information vacuum should be not created, and strategic communication has to be implemented timely, and to timely provide information, not to create disinformation. I would like to speak about this. What are the solutions, actually? Thank you. In reality, we seem to be tired because it is the end of the day, but the episode that was earlier is very important in the context of my speech, because I was going to speak about the commitment of the authorities and how democratic authorities counteract some security challenges when they are faced with them, and how they choose closing down and giving in rather than opening up. Because I have a text prepared, and in order to spare your time, I will try to read it quickly. Let me start with a memory which has something to do with our today's discussion from 11 years ago in Norway, when extreme nationalist Anders Breivik shot dead dozens of people as a sign of protest to his government's immigration policies and multicultural values. It happened so that a few weeks after the terrorist attack, the Norwegian foreign minister came to Armenia, and I, as a journalist accredited to his press conference, had the opportunity to ask a question to the minister. I asked how Norway reacted to Breivik's terrorism, whether security restrictions would not be imposed on its country for security reasons, or whether immigration policy would be reviewed or tightened. To which the minister replied that his country would not only not restrict the freedoms of the people after the terrorist attack, but on the contrary, it has responded with a more open and more liberal policy. This is the response of a country with a stable democratic tradition at the forefront on all scales, to the challenges of strengthening security without restricting democratic freedoms. And what did we do, or rather, what did our government do, which has declared the path of democratic development in the face of security threats in the last year and a half? We cannot deny that the Velvet Revolution of 2018 really brought us freedoms that we have hardly had at any time in our history. And for us, the media, it first of all meant a completely new situation in the field of freedom of the press and speech, much higher accountability of state institutions, much more accessible officials, starting from the country's top official, the prime minister, who regularly gave several-hour press conferences, to various ranks of officials and politicians who freely expressed their views on various platforms. And also, which I especially consider important, they were debating with each other live. Journalists, the situation started to go in the opposite direction after the catastrophic war of 2020, especially due to the internal unrest that followed and the aggressive mood at a large part of the opposition. It was during this period that a term appeared that, in my opinion, describes the situation quite accurately: a media terror. I was a public servant, the spokesperson of the mayor at that time, and I remember well that I felt the blows of that media terror on my skin when, literally out of blue, a horrible misinformation could spread on a Telegram channel of unknown origin and irritate the already irritated nerves and to provoke tremor in the country. And unfortunately, the government reacted by giving in to this situation, and instead of being more open, more accountable, the current government preferred to close down, to renounce a number of freedoms given to the press after the revolution. And we spoke a lot about this in the hall. I think most of the people sitting here know that the restricting of the movement of journalists in the territory of a National Assembly, sharply raising the thresholds for compensation for slander and insult, this infamous regulation about defamation. They also tightened the accreditation procedure, criminalized serious insults, etc. So officials began to communicate much less with the public, and I will bring several numbers, which is based on analysis made by Fact Investigation platform. In 2020, Pashinyan gave 17 interviews. In 2009, 34 in 2020, and in 2021, only 20 interviews, which is almost about 7 times less than last year. Of course, the abundance of interviews in 2020 was mainly due to the war. That is, most of the interviews took place during the war. Nevertheless, the sharp decline in number is obvious. During the first 2 years of his tenure, Pashinyan had 6 big press conferences. This creates nostalgia with me and my colleagues, where all the more or less known mass media of the country were present and had the opportunity to ask questions, and there were 5-6 hour press conferences, and 6 such press conferences took place during 2 years. Meanwhile, during 2021, no press conference of such a format took place. In the second half of the 2021, there was only 1 or 2 press conferences in brackets without the participation of journalists, where the questions were edited by the Prime Minister's staff and after that read by the interviewer. In 2020, the Prime Minister had 20 briefings, and after 2020, none. So these are telling numbers, and I presented only some statistics from the Prime Minister's media activity, but we can imagine that the activity of the other officials, ministers, deputies, and others has significantly decreased as well. Not only the quantitative activity, but also qualitative activity, because many public officials give interviews who are loyal to the ruling party, and the opposition figures, on the contrary, they gave interviews in their own media in a comfortable environment, and the debate and sharp issues, if not to say are completely gone, have significantly decreased. This is, I think, a very bad tendency and a very bad response to media terror and disinformation, which is explained by security threats. Another unacceptable phenomena, I regret that Mr. Gabrielian left, because he said that disinformation has to be responded with information. I agreed that slogan, but in reality we have the opposite tendency. The authorities have started fighting against disinformation with their own disinformation. The public officials dissatisfied with biased media have themselves started to grow disinformation factories. Months ago, Narek Martirosyan investigated for Infocom and found out that there were several fake websites registered under the name of Tarun Chakhoyan, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, which regularly spread disinformation about political opponents. This is a most noteworthy circumstance because Mr. Chakhoyan has recently started to position himself in the media field as an unofficial speaker of the Prime Minister. And it is also a fact that the disinformation generated by those fake websites is regularly spread by the media outlets connected with the NA president, with the deputies, or by the media that belong to the family of the Prime Minister. This is not my judgment. This is at least a well-known fact and in the journalistic community. And I do not think that such a way of working benefits a country that has declared democracy as a brand, at least from the point of view of strengthening democratic traditions. What should be done, to sum up, what should be done to develop the level of media literacy of the society? And this is a process, and the state has a commitment here to develop the respective subjects in schools, and also the regulation bodies, both out of court and in the court, to develop the regulation practices. And I think we are trying to create as many precedents as possible. We apply about information debates of different political officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karapetyan. You really made very important remarks, especially representing what kind of a regression we have. Thank you for the figures and numbers. We have to deal with them. We have to address them. We have to assess them properly so that later we can overcome these issues. And I wouldn't like to exploit your patience, and now I would like to give the floor to questions. Please introduce yourselves and try to speak as briefly as possible, and formulate your question or remark within 1 minute. On the left side, please, and then is the lady at the end, and then Mr. Melikan. So please provide the microphone. We remember that in the pre-election campaign, Media AM cooperated with the Georgian media field, and so it was possible to eliminate disinformation and fake news. They were actually labeling it after the checking the fake news. So how can the state agencies, can the state agencies also cooperate with this Facebook tool? Because it actually had a very positive impact on reducing disinformation and fake news on Facebook. Of course, there were certain complaints by different organizations, but it was a tool that had impact. Is it not possible to do it, or there is no willingness to do that? Well, I try not to speak on that topic, but I can't avoid it. I think it's very important. Could you just present yourself, introduce yourself? I just wanted to make sure that I know you. You know very well what happened. I should remind that Media AM, Media Initiative Centers, with its Media AM project, has been cooperating with our Georgian partners, who in their turn cooperated with Facebook, that is third-party independent fact-checking software, and that project actually took only 2 months. That it's only a 2-month project, and it didn't continue. We do not mind continuing it, but if you remember, we also had a meeting. You were present at that discussion, if I'm not mistaken. We have to be these members of the IFC, which is a international fact-checking platform, and their fact checkers can cooperate with them. If I'm not mistaken, you are Mr. Karapetyan's platform is going to apply to become members. We are also preparing to to introduce an application, and this is a process. And unless this process is over, we cannot do it directly. But I'm very happy that we are having this discussion. We can actually talk about it later as well. But overall, I think that Facebook and the whole communication with Facebook is a major issue, not only in Armenia, but in a number of countries, and especially in countries which are small and are not able to have these direct contacts with these large enterprises. And this information that is filtered due to fact-checking activities, and the information, this news were labeled due to fact-checking activities. They had actually the possibility to directly apply and complain about and submit a complaint about it. Well, sometimes there was this issue of both the desire and willingness and lack of capacities. Very often we tried to help people, but we didn't achieve the aim. Maybe it was done on purpose so that these issues are not solved. You know that as a result we are now undergoing trials. We are
in their criminal court proceedings are taking place. And I think it's a strategical litigation process. But coming back to Facebook, I would like to say that there is a there are serious issues with Facebook, with communication with Facebook and other major platforms. And coming back to the idea of having media field development concept at the end of the year. Mr. Melikian is also here, one of our partners. I think we should think also about the so-called creation of the institution of the digital ambassador, which will allow us to be more engaged better engaged with the activity of this large digital platforms. And so that we could at least affect the decision-making that refers to our country. I hope I responded to your question.
Yes, legislation. It is true that the European Court of Human Rights has some case law which does not find a violation in cases when people are jailed for grave insults, but this is very controversial and very unpredictable case law by the court that has been highly criticized. And also what is established in the case law of the court is that if a public official is gravely insulted during the course of any public activities and discharging of their public duties, their degree of tolerance should be very high, and it would be very rare for the court to find any violation. Therefore, I would strongly disagree with the suggestion that this law is compatible with the freedom of expression. And then also to mention that in fragile democracies like ours, by ours I mean Georgia's and Armenia's, it's very problematic to jail people for that. And then I think we should also within the civil society look into not only some standards established in some older jurisdictions, older democracies, or some controversial case law of the European Court, but also emerging standards which we can find with the UN special procedures, for example, and guide ourselves with more advanced standards where they try to push away from such approach. Thank you.
Very much, really very interesting, and that's what I mentioned, that we have fragile democracy, and in this case it's really controversial to have this law.
Next question, Mr. Melikian, please. Can you hear my voice? Well, I have a very short comment because the reference to the Constitutional Court ruling is becoming fashionable, that it is normal to criminalize insult. I don't want us to speculate on this issue. We know that during these 30 years, the Constitutional Court has made different rulings based on different political contexts. And even with regard to this issue, the constitutional the highest threshold for a penalty of the insult for the grave insult, they actually also agreed with increasing this threshold. And one of the provisions of this Constitutional Court ruling said that, before that the compensation should be in an amount that will not cause shock to the defender. So actually these two decisions of the Constitutional Court, they contradict to each other. As the political situation changes, the rulings of the Constitutional Court really also change. So I don't consider the ruling of the Constitutional Court as a serious evidence and argument. And the three countries that have been mentioned by the representative of the ruling power, I can actually bring more examples. 2/3 of the OSCE countries have kept this criminalization. They have not decriminalized it because they don't need it. There is no need for it. They don't. This provision is not used. It might not be used even for dozens of years. They just don't take the pain to decriminalize it. And developed democratic countries try to have a new approach for newly emerging democracies, saying that you can exploit it. And we know that the prime minister, when the prime minister was an editor-in-chief of a newspaper, he was actually used a formulation how degenerates appear in state agencies. Actually, a criminal case was initiated against him back when he was editor-in-chief, and due to the intervention of international organizations, this case was terminated. Of course, we think about legislative regulations, but we shouldn't overestimate it. Recently, I had a number of interviews with international experts, and I would just like to mention one thing. When I was talking with a Lithuanian expert, and I was asking them, well, what have you achieved in the fight against fake users and disinformation? He said, we actually are not going to regulate stupid information. It is considered that each person can just say stupid things, and you should just create an environment in which people are able to distinguish this foolish information from real information. It's of course a very complicated endeavor, but we should be very active. We should be engaged more actively. It's more about literacy of the person and media literacy of the person. So why doesn't self-regulation work in our context? For a very simple reason. As my interviews showed, the law actually acts separately on its own, and self-regulation acts on its own. We actually tried to unite it in the law on audiovisual media, but it's kind of a very fragmented attempt, and the international experience shows that we should create a regulation or self-regulation model in Armenia where the legislative regulation and the self-regulation should be interrelated mechanisms. Mr. Do we have any comments with regard to what Mr. Melikian said?
I felt really twice, and I also want to follow up because, first of all, I'm German citizen, and I'm also representing this. And I was really, when this was raised, this is defamation, I was really thinking the whole time, so when was there a case that this was really put into practice, this defamation law? And I think I finally found a case, and I think it confirms a bit what you said. I think it was a case of a politician, Renate Künast, who yes, this is what the speaker said. There might be some words or something that does go belong, but it's really, really rarely implemented, and she really had to fight long to get it. It's really one tries to avoid it, and it was also raised by the colleague from Georgia. It is expected that public people must endure a certain attack. So these, and also from observing this discussion, I think, yes, so it is easy to say Germany has it, or France has it, or there is the European Court, but there is the local context, right? And I mean, you bring an example, you all have a history. You started already with saying, oh, I had this discussion. And this is, of course, then difficult coming from looking at the international perspective to say, yes, okay, we have it, but, and the discussion, for instance, in Germany would be different in this case because, of course, also Germany is a bigger country. There's more institutions. There's more other regulations. So what is when you talk about these laws or giving an example and taking it out of a context where everything else is different, yes? But just to say, okay, this country has it and this is allowed, we are allowed to have it too. And I think it was also raised, of course, this is also, there's also a lot of critique. So what you are exchanging, this is of course also the case in Germany, and this is what the people also have to tolerate in other countries. So yes, and I still think that when laws are looked critically, one really has to say maybe this is a law, but is everything around is available to avoid abuse of such a law. And this has to be, I think this always has to be respected when we talk about regulation. And what is the negative consequence about it, yes? So is this abuse and this is really prevent? So this politician, I think it didn't help her much. So she fought, I think she fought 5 years and everybody knows about it. But did it prevent our current foreign minister from it? Did it prevent others from being abused? No, it didn't. I think they all face the same. This is nothing to stop defamation. So, thanks.
Self-regulation has to be supplemented, combined with some elements of regulation, but not in any case. We can say that if there is no regulation, there must be no self-regulation. This is a complex process, because this is linked with the whole field, because the field has to be established, and it has to be a collaborative and professional field where it would be interesting for people to discuss also professional issues. But in any case, this path is very important, because it creates a serious responsibility. Law and regulation should be based on your values and your professional approaches. And the second one I would like to say is when fact-checking and media literacy and such mechanisms of education are in place, we have to think about what values underlie them, because all these approaches and mechanisms, whatever you may call, can become a tool of disinformation. And in this regard, we have to be very careful, because we have observed such cases and precedents all over the world and in Armenia, so we shouldn't fall from one extreme to another. But this is a hard road, and I think that in some sense, fact-checking is self-regulation for me, is a path to self-regulation. Thank you. And by the way, such fact-checking platforms have been established in Armenia, which already generate additional disinformation. So next question, Sargsyan Janna, journalist, educator, pedagogue. I would like to say that if your speech is about a state agency, the SNCO, no, you're not talking about the SNCO. I would like to build up on what Jakob said, that there could be no fight against fake factories with another fake factory, and we need to have crystal clear institution which everyone will trust, and rumors, and there will be no rumors or slanders around it, because we know that fakes are grown for different purposes by different institutions, and the field is well studied, examined, and there are stories about different peoples, and opinions are generated about people, and fight against it has to be waged with full force, and we don't have such tools at the administrative level to fight against it. And the second issue that I have faced in the schools about media literacy is just an integrated lesson. And as a pedagogue working in different schools with different classes of children, the media literacy level is very low, and it is not efficient. I know that Media Initiative Center has created manuals for pedagogues and media literacy guidelines for pedagogues, but knowledge is not sufficient, and a lot of work has to be done. But by the way, you didn't mention that it is good that they are in place. It is slow. It is good that the standards are in place and they are integrated to some extent, but the process is very slow. But you didn't say that it is very good that they are there. But we need to study how efficient they are. And according to my observations, they haven't been very efficient. Thank you. Thank you, Arnold Beleyan, for the country party representative. I want to address my question to Mr. Tigran Hagopian. After the war of Artsakh, a hybrid war followed. And today's opposition, so-called oppositions, the street opposition is the result of it. And at the same time, the so-called lack of informed citizens are victims to Russian informative special operations. And this is especially very sensitive for the people in the marges, in the regions outside Yerevan. For example, they know that there is no Ukraine, and the West has destroyed it because they haven't received a counter-argument, a second source of information. I understand that we're restricted in terms of the broadcast of some media outlets, but can we at least restrict one Russian language? Can we broadcast one Russian language media outlet to receive other sources of information? And at the same time, after the recent changes, CNN was disappeared, and after that, an impression was created that in English speakers did not have the opportunity to receive news in English. Okay, but they are all mutually connected. And the next thing is I want to understand whether there are regulations. I understand that many Armenian language media outlets translate from Russians, but they use the same terminology which is accepted in that country. And I understand that we're restricted to use Ukrainian war, the phrases Ukrainian war and Russian war. But can we at least not use the term Russian special operation on TV or radio? What do you mean by saying restricted? So are we a part of the Russian Empire? Are we a region of the Russian Empire? Then why do I not hear the terms, the phrases that I just mentioned? At least we can mention the Russian-Ukrainian conflict terminology. Okay, I will try to answer your question. And with this regard, use the term of Republic of Southern Ossetia? Is it based on a government order? No, on the TV broadcasts. Every TV has its terminology. This is what I'm asking. Is there a regulation if the Armenian Republic has not recognized the state of Ossetia? Shall we use the term of Republic of Ossetia? They are so self-proclaimed. We should use self-proclaimed. You raised several topics. This is not related to me. Maybe others will respond, but I will briefly answer. First of all, foreign broadcasters, which bring a different agenda to our media field. I started speaking about it several years ago. You remember it very, very well, and you remember the response of the Russian embassy. Any civil society organization which speaks about the trust of the society, and none of them, and more especially no one backed the disposition of Tigran Hakopian. And so this proposal to discuss, to make it a topic of discussion in Armenia was not followed up, and the question is not addressed correctly. We have nothing to do about this, and the rest, the intergovernmental regulations, the regulations in the Armenian media field is not related to our committee. We do not have the right to political initiatives and legal initiatives. And regarding CNN, according to the law, neither U.S. government nor CNN have expressed a desire to be in our digital multiplex. And secondly, for 5 years, CNN rebroadcasting company did not make payments for broadcasting. So there was no profit. If not, there was damage. So CNN was only one of the few media outlets that were broadcasting our media multiplex. So they don't want, it is their right. So CNN is comprised of, is based on business models. It is not, it is just spreading information, and it is satisfied that it is present in almost all network operators of Armenia. And secondly, we are an independent republic, and the government, based on its political liability and different desires, different preferences of the country, they can use one term or another, and different broadcasters can use different terms. Those people who consider that they should use the special operation, military operation by Russia, they use it, and this is what pluralism is. This is freedom of speech is. There is no regulation. There can be no regulation. And I think I didn't forget anything else. No, thank you. You replied already. I do understand that everyone is tired, so I will try to be brief. This will be more of a rhetoric question. I have the impression that when I, for instance, try to forget what happened in the recent 5 years, I have the impression that since 1991 we lived next to Belgium in a developed country which is on a plateau. And so all these desires and wishes are very important. Media literacy is very of crucial importance, and on my side I have put efforts, and I will continue to put efforts for it to develop. But we actually live in an era of force majeures. The COVID-19 has just ended. The war ended 1.5 years ago, and after February 24, we actually opened our eyes to a more cruel world. And I would like to ask my question, of course, my rhetorical question to Mr. Gabrielian, who is not here anymore, but also to other speakers here. Don't we need to develop legislation that would refer to force majeure situations such as COVID-19, especially the war, the hazard of which has not been fully eliminated, and in a period when disinformation is spreading at a rate, at an incredible rate, and having incredible manifestations that they are just they can make the work of the media literacy of 10 years, and they can nullify it in only a few days. So disinformation is mostly spread in these force majeure situations. And when Mr. Hakopian was saying, yes, we should count how many victims we had during the COVID-19 due to disinformation, and we also have had victims during the war due to illiterate work of the media, or due to evil propaganda, political interests. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martirosyan. I just want to add one thing, that in the audiovisual media, there was some supplement made. Mr. Hakopian, do you have any comments or remarks in this regard, or maybe other speakers? Do we actually need to have certain specific media regulation provisions during emergency situations? Maybe we could also make it a subject of discussion of this current media strategy. Yes, there is a short provision, and in that period, the media should be guided by the law on by the rules of the state of emergency or martial law. But in reality, as the COVID-19 showed, the service of the commandant's office, the office of the commandant's office, it just aroused the rage of the media, nothing else, because they didn't base their regulations based on evidence, and so the only debate was that TV hosts wear a mask during the TV program, and which is something absurd. And I actually call it kitchen fight against COVID. And after we complained, these restrictions were lifted. And here the issue is the ecosystem. That is, what model we should employ in emergency situations. Not only the committee, not only the commandant's office, the government, but also the society. What system, what methodology should be applied? And it is very difficult, because I want to repeat myself. Don't accept my criticism as something negative. Actually, the freedom of the speech
Yeah, it's this assumption is based on the supposition that freedom of media is something sacred, but of course, the definition of the freedom of the speech should be redefined in our current realities, because not the freedom of speech is actually put into risk, but the right of the people to get information is now under risk, because under the cover of freedom of speech, people actually get disinformation, and that financing and this is not regulated in Armenia, and neither it is regulated in the whole world. Yes, we fall behind a little bit. We actually fight for what is technically almost solved now. It's very difficult to restrict freedom of the speech. You close it in one place, then you listen it from another source. But what do we see? What do we hear? To what extent it actually impacts human consciousness, human psychology? Our national identity, our immune system. We should try to grow. We should understand, consider that. We should choose our models and not just be based on a model that has been just proposed to us. We shouldn't just listen to what they tell us from the outside and just apply it. Yeah, maybe we can just bring some foreigners and they will write the laws for us. So when you do not adapt these suggestions, you actually increase the risks. That's the issue, and it's actually a matter of serious discussion. You may not agree with me, but I'm saying what is there. It's one of the elements of the issues we face, and we do not discuss it because it's not fashionable to discuss it. Sorry for talking too much. Well, I would like to mention that although I was not a proponent of wearing masks during TV programs, well, we were not the only country to have this requirement. Not only TV hosts, but everyone was wearing masks. But this is just a short remark. But what I wanted to say is, as part of self-regulation, maybe as a part of a mechanism of self-regulation, we actually have a strategy for force majeure situations and certain provisions which can be useful.
Thank you, Ms.
To have some regulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can maybe also speak with two hats. So the OSCE, they observed that some states had take to COVID to restrict access. And it was criticized also when the states did it, because and it later on also happened. So when you have this restriction, this was taken as a pretext to do other regulations, to develop other regulations which actually limited this. And now when you have this the situation of war, I think this is again the Article 20, when you say yes. It is a force majeure, and then there's other situation, other rules apply. But And what is then forgotten when you apply it, it should be limited and it should be precise. And this is again, maybe regulations are necessary, but then it's often forgotten to lift them, and then they become so vague that they can again be abused. And this is what is observed. And yeah, so for instance, in my country, in Germany, there were no, and maybe this also shows the effective or not effectiveness. So in Germany, there were no regulations on this, and everybody was able to report freely, of course, following this. And I think the people also, for a certain time, also trusted the government because they had trust, because they were also allowed to criticize and to do it. But then, interestingly, I can tell you, with the example which I still found interesting, so we had the case of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, the countries which you would say enjoying a lot of freedom and also enjoying a very good health system. And it was interesting to observe that these three countries were below the average in Europe when it came to vaccination, because people were very critical about it. So again, that raises this: is regulation really effective, or is there also other approaches? Again, one also has to take a holistic approach to talk to people and to implement something. And because of this, again, we also had a divide in the society, because of course there were many people, or are still people, refusing to accept it, and the majority is now also have to follow longer restrictions for this. So then again, it's the question: so would something have changed if you impose regulations? I think one always have to see a bigger picture. Is this really the effective tool to do it? And do you have to do other measures to take into this?
Very much, and հաջորդ հարցը իհարկե հասկանում եմ որ
Next question, and I understand that we are well behind our agenda and we're abusing our time, but I cannot restrict anyone's freedom of expression. So, Mr. Sakuns, please, and I think I haven't missed any other hands. Please express your observation, your remarks. Do you have the microphone? The microphone is gone. This is a technical restriction, nevertheless. Thank you. Frankly speaking, because this forum is really very important, we also should provide the evidence in an accurate way, because in the morning it was mentioned that it's the first time for Freedom House to organize such an event, but I think the Council of Europe organized such an event in 2009 or 10. Of course, it was a bit different, but it had this, it was a similar one, and we also had the Human Rights Forum by Fidesz, which was again, which actually also caused a great stir, because even the human rights defenders were restricted from participating in it. Well, I just wanted to mention that it's not the first forum to be held. Well, from the point of view of restriction of rights, except for the European, except for the substance of the European Convention,
and except for being free from torture and slavery. So the rest of the restrictions are they refer to others' rights, preservation of the constitutional order, etc. But the restriction, with regard to the restriction, we should always know that strict restrictions have never solved issues. We should talk about regulations rather than restrictions. Mr. Hakopian, the Eastern Partnership Forum's platform actually referred to the broadcast issue of Russian media. Back in 2014, it particularly referred to the situation after the an annexation of Crimea, about the Euromaidan, and in this announcement there was mentioning that through Russian media they are using enmity, etc. It's not about disinformation. It was about the hate and national enmity that is a requirement of the Armenian legislation. It's not actually within the framework of activity of an NGO. It's actually a requirement of the law. It's the law that bans such speech to be used. It's actually unacceptable from the point of view of security of a democratic country. If the country does not have the mechanisms, then we should create ones, but that especially in this context of war of Russia against Ukraine, the Russian media who are under the strict restriction of Russia's authorities, they are actually broadcast in the Republic of Armenia. They completely contradict the security and values of a democratic country, and hence there should be steps in that direction, but they shouldn't be done by the civil society, but by the regulations by the Armenian authorities, the government, the National Assembly, and particularly the state body regulating this sector. What is done? Why is it not done? And I don't mean only the Russian broadcasters. It may be also Armenian broadcasters. I'm not even talking about who finances this. It's actually about information security, and the information security issue shouldn't be put on the shoulders of the civil society or a self-regulatory body. Security should be addressed by our national security should be addressed by our government, and from this point of view, if we do not have mechanisms, or if they are why we don't have them, or why they are weak, if we have them, what is being done in order to solve this issue? The civil society is ready to participate if there is a relevant political will. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to add that we know that the prevention of the blockage of Russia Today, which spreads obvious disinformation. So these methods of restricting the freedom of speech, to what extent they are proportional, and why we shouldn't use it in the Republic of Armenia, which is a member of the Council of Europe. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sakons. By saying disinformation, well, it's more of a working team. I agree that a working term. I agree that these are actually calls that are banned by legislation, etc. All of the elements are there. I didn't say that the civil society did not refer to this issue. Yes, we talked about it in 2013, 2014, etc. But I just mentioned that discourse did not get any support back then. If it got support, the law would be designed in a different way, because you say that you are discontent with criminalization and you actively work in that direction. You propose your suggestions, you provide the international best practice, and in this case there was no such activity. And if you think that it's an issue of less prominence for Armenia, then okay, but this issue, I see that this issue was ignored, and this issue should have been solved before the adoption of the law, and this law allowed to sign an intergovernmental agreement with Russia. People know what efforts I have taken in order to make the formulations at least softer, but I didn't manage it because this issue was ignored by the civil society back then, and I will repeat what I said. It was ignored by the civil society. The Commission does not have any levers to affect it. And there was also a suggestion from some groups, from some organizations, journalists, that we should liberalize the law to the extent possible. They have liberalized it to the extent that we do have no levers to restrict the activity of Russian media. I don't mean only the Russian, but tomorrow it may be Chinese media or other media. So we do not have any levers to affect the content that does not abide with the law. And the party that signed this intergovernmental agreement, they have actually have to apply to the other party, and this is not a working mechanism. A year ago, I was at the Deputy Prime Minister's office. I suggested to develop certain protocols, to create a working group and send these protocols to the Russian side and try to see what consequences it can have. For instance, a discriminatory attitude or so wherever there is intervention to our domestic life, yes, a year has passed, the working group has not been created, and there has been no response. So what we are able to do, we are doing it to the best of our ability, but there is no support, neither by the citizens nor by the executive and legislative bodies. Nune is my very good friend, and I really endlessly love her. And the applications only go from the side of the application. It goes to the no NGOs apply for, no government. The government does not initiate anything. We have actually applied to the observer body 9 times. No other organization has applied. Other organizations just complain on Facebook, in Twitter, in the National Assembly, but nobody takes the burden of formulating it and send it to the observer body or to the regulating body that follows the maintenance of ethics by TVs and etc. So that's not self-regulation. Self-regulation should be overseen by the society and by the public. There are good mechanisms, and there are very good mechanisms that simply do not work in Armenia. We are not a country that has a neighbor like Belgium. Self-regulation should go in parallel with regulation. And we can, of course, every day apologize that we violated a norm of ethics, and then the next day make 10 more violations, and there are no legal mechanisms that would hold them accountable. So this is actually a topic of a large discussion, but we do face issues that are not solved. Dozens of conferences, seminars are taking place, but these issues are not finding any solution. solution. I'm just saying let's collect these issues and start the solution, because this is not a blow to the democracy, it's a blow to our state. Because even if we are not a democracy, don't we have the right to survive, to overcome this post-war situation? You see it as a blow to the model. I see it as a blow to our country. I think it's a deeper issue than just a blow to the model. Thank you.
Ms. Sargsyan, we're finishing. I would like to conclude, to sum up the panel. But I don't want Mr. Hagopian to say the last words in this panel. That's why I want to comment in any case as a part of the observer body. The Council of Radio and TV is not the only body, and we want to have more conclusions. And we have also an agreement with the council. And secondly, we never neglected, particularly the Russian broadcasters on the ground air, and we had discussions on audiovisual legislation. In 90s, I was personally a part of it. I was fighting so that the Russian TV's channels were in the on the air, and the Russian channels, which, if you remember, they had the right to be broadcast, and they were competitors of the Armenian broadcasters, and it was a issue, a problem, and we were saying and promoting and encouraging the broadcasters to stand on their feet and to make this change. And in the last change, in the recent bill of the law, which was not passed, and it is not the bill that we were dreaming about, and we
so it's not. It really doesn't really correspond to the reality. I personally am ready to do my best so that overground broadcast, any package on overground broadcasting. And frankly speaking, I would like to say that there should be any channel, rebroadcasting channel, because we have, for instance, cable TVs for that. Thank you, Ms. Sargsyan, and let's just conclude today's meeting. I don't want to exploit your time.
The floor is yours.
So, this topic that you are discussing, I can only confirm it is very, very complex, and it's not only between states. It is also, when we talk about transfrontier television, there's also an act that allows countries to receive each other's, and this is, for instance, also the what is facing with the European Union, and also when we take the case of Germany, they found, and then each country can say, do we have something or not? So they had they decided to give not Russia Today the license, because they said we don't, in Germany, given our history, we don't give a country, a state broadcaster, the right to broadcast. But the impact was it meant a lot of lawsuits, and the consequence was also that Deutsche Welle was kicked out of Moscow, so they cannot broadcast there. And Deutsche Welle, who I would say, yes, they are funded by the states. And then there was the discussion, so why are they among the German cable operators? And the regulator in Germany, to show consistency, also decided just last week that Deutsche Welle has to get out of the cable television. So there's always one has to see what is the provision. And also one has to accept that some laws that have been decided, and again we come back to the 30 years ago when many have been very optimistic and saw there is this new opportunities with technology and a different political climate. All these laws that come from that time, they were really about exchange, and it was a time when you would say, yes, it is interesting, and these laws come from the time when you would assume there is a positive and there's a positive time. All these laws, I think they turn very difficult to implement when you have a time of when you have a completely different climate, and when you see also that there's more technology, that the technology brings a lot of positive things, but it brings a lot of negative things. But these laws now also allow for, and there's many countries who have decided on individual cases to block, and then they find like, okay, we don't extend the contract for rent, but then this can also, and this also again leads to distrust and leads to long lawsuits, and which at the end also then are revoked. If you have a judicial system, they are revoked, and everything is put into place. So it is complicated, and I think it needs to, as it was said, but I think there is at least some more with all talks. I think there's also more insights and more understanding for this topic, which is complex and can not decided in one session and in one country.
Thank you, honorable guests. I'm sorry for abusing your patience. I thank all the organizers for this event, because it will contribute to the democratic development and democratization of the country. Goodbye.
Հրավիրում ենք ընդունելության։